simply ignored that aspect of the report. The consultant decided not to take my report into capital market, but further into the finance market, as my business significant interests were being shown in the UK. One of the key companies was Helios Investment Partners, one of the largest African-focused private investment firms. At that time, we were trying to acquire a ship, and Helios was willing to fund it with an exit strategy based on the Akabulan report on the company. The company's prospect was attractive, and Akabulan began to act as my financial consultant in the UK. They were negotiating with Helios on the investment transaction, and a final meeting was to hold. Deciding whether or not to sign the dotted line, I had to go to London. I got into Lagos and called Hero. I told her I was on my way to London to my pleasant surprise, Hero expressed interest in tagging along. I can do with a break and distraction, she said to me. That was a Friday evening. By Sunday night, we had gotten on a plane to London. And on that flight, I explained my mission to Hero, reminding her of the two consultants she met in the boardroom weeks earlier. When we got to London, I thought he would leave me and go shopping or something of that sort. To my surprise, she decided to follow me to the meeting. To myself, I wondered why she wanted to come along, and what could she possibly do to the discussion. She came nothing less. The meeting was on the fourth of a building on Charles Street, central London. At the negotiation table, Helios had 3 British representatives, 2 men and 1 lady. Alakuban had 2 British men. I had my broker, Andy Holder, a British man, and Hero, as we discussed. Hero said nothing, and it appeared she was not paying any attention. After a while, when we had gotten deep into negotiations, she leaned towards me and asked if she could ask a question. I was skeptical. The subject was the marine sector and finance. What could she possibly have to say? Reluctantly, I asked her to go ahead. I told the rest of the table that my daughter would like to ask a question and signal Hero to go ahead. What happened next was to have a significant impact on my business and succession plans. She asked 2 questions that threw everyone off balance. Her questions made me sit up. They were brilliant and thought-provoking. Hero went ahead to engage them, and they began to negotiate at a different levels. I stared at my daughter in shock and disbelief, because up until that point, I only saw her as the little girl I used to carry around. Things changed at that negotiation table. I began to see a completely different person in her. The entrepreneur in her came out, and she engaged them passionately. Before I knew what was happening, the Helios guy moved away from talking about stars to investing in heaven. Halfway into their discussion, I woke up and protested. Hey, wait a minute, guys. We are talking about stars, not heaven. Everyone busted laughing. They all just fell in love with Hero ideas. When we returned to the hotel, I asked her how she got all those ideas. I read, I listen, And have you forgotten that I also run a business? She responded. Before we left Ilio's office that day, they made it clear that they were investing in stars for the purchase on the ship, but on the condition that Hero would be part of the company. Recall that same recommendation in their report, and Ilios was not even a party. Hearing the second time, I woke up to the reality staring me in the face. Over dinner that day, I said, did you hear what those people said about you coming to join Stars? It was then that I shared the content of our Kabulan report with her. From the onset, what I wanted was the logistic company, the ship owning company, to be run by Christopher because he read marine engineering and he was to train to the highest level in the industry. Who studied naval architecture and ship and offshore technology could be in charge of the shipyard. In my mind, I had envisaged that those two would run the show. As far as I was concerned, Hero could go and get married and do whatever she liked. Hero being involved in running Stars had never been for me. At the time in question, Hero was seriously dating a young man, Boma Obuofuribo Jr. They were already contemplating in a few months after this discussion in London. She asked for some time to think about it. A week or two later, she was ready to go with the idea. But we had to put heads together for our business. We agreed she could always appoint someone to run it, while she had oversight functions only. I only told her that I needed to talk with her fiancé because the gravity of the responsibility was bound to take some toll on the new family. If he was uncomfortable with the idea, she had to forego my offer. She agreed, and I invited Boma and discussed the issue with him. Without flinching, Boma expressed wholehearted support for the idea of Hero getting involved in Stars. I told Hero a fiancé position, and that settled it. Subsequently, I made a presentation to the Board of Stars Investments, giving them details of the recent happenings. I urged them to independently engage Hero, evaluate her, ask questions, and negotiate her employment terms. The only condition I gave was that she could not come into the company as the chief operating officer. At best, she should come in as an executive director. She would remain in that position for at least 1 year, during which she will be introduced to the workings in the maritime sector. The board met with her and she negotiated her terms. The board brought the negotiated terms to me. I approved, and Hero formally joined Stars as an executive director. She had to understudy in all the departments: HR, finance, accounts, technical operation, and health safety environment. 6 months later, she was leading all of us by the nose, including me. When she came in, she began to build bridges, and before long, many of the staff would rather deal with her than with me. She struck important deals everywhere and became very good at analyzing complex maritime sector-related issues. From ship operations to different technicalities relating to them, you all could take any with confidence. All of these were impacting positively in the company performance. As a result, after 6 months, the board decided that she should become the COO of the company to position her to administer all the departments effectively. Iro has held the CEO position for 5 years now. She has expanded the company substantially, opened up new opportunities, motivated the workforce, and demonstrated amiable leadership. Interestingly, systems manager are people who used to accompany the driver to pick her up when she was in primary school. It was an issue of concern with me initially, but she has managed the situation well, to the extent that the respect of those older people, not as a boss, but a leader. She might be calling you on that, since, but she will somehow get you to do the right thing job-wise. She knows how to walk the line between discipline and airy elderly staff and remaining respectful to same. It was remarkable how she developed that ability to manage older people, respect them, at the same time enjoy recognition and followership. Yet, it is not merely because she is the chairman's daughter or a COO. This has made my life a lot easier, because I do not have situation where I am getting complaints or is disrespectful and rude. EO visits employees at home and identify with their issues privately and personally. I get to find out at times how she supports the spouses of staffs who are desirous to start small businesses. On the other hand, she is still driving a private business. In Port Harcourt, she owns the best spa and salon in the entire South. She moved her business from Lagos to Port Harcourt so she could have better oversight of stars. Her entrepreneurial insight is distinct and easily discernible. She can see the business in early 2020. She created a delivery service. She brought motorcycles in Lagos, had them branded, and registered service company. She then brought the motorcycles to Port Harcourt and called her new company Southern Blaze. The company delivers anything from food to parcels within any part of Port Harcourt. After setting a business up and putting a team together, Rio often walks away to start the next project. I'm trying to rein her in, but then I remember I was very much alike when I was younger. She sees opportunities everywhere. People think she's doing it because of the money. She's not doing it because she wants to see something evolve. People getting employed, being provided. Efosa. Efosa is the only child I had in my second attempt at marriage. Overall, he is my fourth child. He was born in 1990 and is reserved, mature, sensible, and smart. He had a smooth run in primary school, and by the time he finished his secondary school education, he wanted to study petroleum engineering. But when he sought my opinion on it, I said to him, there are 1 million petroleum looking for a job. Why don't you mind? And in my industry, there's a massive shortage of naval architects. And if you can develop expertise in that area, you will be in high demand. Efosa took my suggestion and secured admission into the State University of New York Maritime College He was just about 17 years old. The State University of New York Maritime College was good for him. The college is also a paramilitary establishment, like the Maritime Academy at Oron. They wear uniforms. Efosa came out with distinction in naval architecture 4 years and made me so proud. In Holland, Damen Shipyard, which built most of my ships, immediately took him on to work with them. He spent about a year and a half before deciding to go to Starklight University in Glasgow for his master's in ship and offshore technology. Part of the course was a 9-month training program at an affiliate university in Germany. Efosa obtained his master's degree on Wednesday, and by Friday of the same week, he had gotten a job with Oceanic Engineering in Aberdeen, Scotland. He worked with Oceanic Engineering for a while before moving on to Serco, formerly Allion. After he relocated to Canada and currently works with Fletway Incorporated, he has been on the board of Stars Investments since obtaining his master's degree. Invariably, Irona has a technical person in the family apart from me, who she rubs mind with on things she's not so sure of. Efosa and Iro are remarkably close. They confide in each other, lean on each other's shoulders, and discuss the company businesses and family issues. It gives me tremendous joy and comfort that they have each other while the younger ones are coming up. Efosa is so focused on his career that he's virtually not thinking of marriage, and I am not pushing him because he is only 30 years old. Apart from that, I know he is enjoying himself. All his girlfriends from Glasgow to Canada have always been white, so I often doubt if he will end up marrying a Nigerian. Efosa takes care of his mother, who is widowed, and his stepbrothers. She owned a school in Sapele. She remarried after she left me and had other children for her second husband. She and her have remained good friends and often exchanged pleasantries when the marriage. Bethany Osamede. Bethany has, throughout her life, battled with the pain that comes with being a sickle cell anemia patient. Nevertheless, she had always manifested traits of strength, resilience, and deep thinking. Before her birth in Chino, California, a scan showed that the umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck. Still, somehow, she had inserted her 2 thumbs in between the cord and her neck to keep herself from choking. Is God not wonderful? By the time she was born, it was evident that she had contributed to her survival. She had since grown to accept that life is full of challenges and one needs to square up to them. Bethany had been exceptional in her academics, as can be seen with her 2 degrees. While in school in Suffolk, she also got into the dean list in her first semester examination. And as is my tradition, I challenged her that if she got into the dean list in her subsequent semester examination, I would buy her a new car. To my excitement, she made the dean list again in her next examination. Of course, her mother, Christy, and I immediately traveled to Boston and took her to a car lot where she picked a new GMC SUV. Bethany subsequently joined the team that was sent from Suffolk University to an exchange program to China. She was the youngest and only black person in the group. Like the gene trait in the family, Bethany is a fantastic dancer and is our dance teacher in the family. She pioneered the formation of the African Cultural Dance Group in Suffolk University. Suffolk. The group participated in various inter-university dance competitions which they often won under the leadership of Bethany. Her training as a business administrator and manager is coming to good use in supporting her mother rehabilitation centers and business. Bethany and I have one particular thing in common. Our taste for food. We both like sour tasting dishes and spices, the most popular being the Indian condiment by Pataks. Abigail Osarugwe. Abigail was born in March of 1997, as I had earlier narrated, and Christy took her in and raised her alongside other children. Christy and I always agreed that when Abigail came of age, she would let her know the circumstances of her birth and who her mother is. Like Bethany, Abigail, who is fair in complexion and pretty, was born with sickle cell anemia. She grew up as a quiet and reserved child, but is incredibly brilliant academically. And her favorite pastime is reading books. She also attended Lifefort International School, Lagos, and from there chose to study in the United Kingdom rather than the United States of America, like her other siblings. Subsequently, she got into Uxbridge College, London, where she did her A-levels, and then she got into Stanford University to study law. After a couple of years, she said she felt too lonely in England and wanted to go to America to join Bethany. Abigail soon got admitted into Suffolk University in Boston to study international relations. Her academic brilliance, as displayed in her scholastic aptitude test, SAT, results, earned her a scholarship from Suffolk University for up to 80% of her tuition fee. She continued to perform well in her academics until her program was truncated in January 2020 by the coronavirus pandemic. The resulting lockdown left Abigail alone in her Boston. She was so traumatized by the experience that she insisted on returning to Nigeria to conclude her university education with family around her. She subsequently gained admission into Bayes University, Abuja, where she is studying currently. She had also since been reunited with her biological mother. Bethany and Abigail understand their health circumstances. As a father, seeing both of my girls suffer from the pain of sickle cell anemia has been difficult. It is one of the worst things any parent can experience. We do our best to provide them with adequate medical support and encourage them to read everything they can about sickle cell anemia. They understand their body and know the symptoms as they arise. They have learned to manage the crisis experiences, and when things are getting out of hand, they go to the hospital where they are professionally attended to. And the pain managed. The health is also managed and in such a way that prevents them from getting addicted to pain-relieving drugs. Ephraim Osanyamo. Ephraim is going to be a multi-talented young man. In school, at Lifefort International, he won the Best Sportsman of the Year in his last 2 years there. Although he is deceptively fair-looking, he has incredible energy and resilience. His specialty is long-distance marathon, where he always took the first position in competitions. Ephraim was put on one of the family horses when he was only 2 years old, and since then, he has grown to be one of the best horse riders in the Port Harcourt Polo Club. He loves animals and spends a lot of time playing with his numerous of different species. He played football for Lifefort International and belonged to the local football club. Little wonder he chose to go to a football academy on graduating from Lifefort College. He is an avid gym enthusiast and now has begun to engage in bodybuilding while in the University of Dublin. His latest passion is music, and he has released his first music video. The song in his album includes Stainless, Dolphin, Fight Back, Airplane Mode, and Helios. Ephraim has also maintained an above-average performance in his academic pursuits. Stephanie Osayame. Stephanie was born in Boston, in 2007. My family has vacationed in Calabar at the famous Carnival in December 2006. By this time, Christy and I had thought that Ephraim, who was born 7 years before Stephanie, was to be our last child. But God had other plans and a pleasant surprise for us. A couple of months or so after our holiday, Christy began to fall sick. Soon after medical investigation, we discovered she was pregnant with twins. Our joy was short-lived when subsequently Christy miscarried and lost one of the twins. Stephanie, the surviving twin, was carried to full term and came out a beautiful bundle she had remained to date. She is a delight to everyone in the family, and we all dote on her. Our first offshore vessel, MV, a royalty of $500 monthly from when the vessel commenced operation in 2010. Stars Investment had the ship built in Cape Town, South Africa. The vessel was commissioned by Baby Osayame Stephanie, who was donned in a beautiful Benin attire. Stephanie attended the Montessori International School in Port Harcourt and was later admitted into CITA International College, where she is currently concluding her junior secondary school certification. At 13, she is growing into a responsible and mature girl, exuding extreme wisdom for her age. She loves dancing just like Iro, Bethany, and me. We are watching closely to see what her choices of career will be after leaving college. Section 5, Career and Businesses. Chapter 12, Early Day in Business. Are entrepreneurs born or made? I think the answer to that question lies somewhere in between. Certain traits we are born with come to play when we decide to become entrepreneurs. Of course, there are many skills of entrepreneurship one can learn. At least, this has been. You would have observed that I was not one of those kids who showed early signs of commercial or entrepreneurial ingenuity. A 5-year-old Ingvar Kamprad on a farm in rural Sweden was riding his bike to neighbors' houses selling matches. He would build here. A 6-year-old Warren Buffett sold pack of gum to his neighbors and negotiated hard with them. He would later become the richest man in the world. An 11-year-old Richard Branson bred parakeets and sold them as pets. He would later pioneer that incredible global brand, Virgin. I was not anything like those great entrepreneurs, or even like the less great ones at those age. I was just a kid from a poor family who became diligent as a student, worked hard, and dreamt of leveraging on good education to get out of poverty. As I grew older, my vision was about getting jobs that would pay enough to give my family a good life. As a young lad, I never dreamt of owning a big business and becoming a successful entrepreneur. Once I learned about the maritime engineering, I wanted to become an excellent maritime engineer and be well paid too. It is safe to say that I stumbled into business. Necessity pushed me into it, But as soon as I got into business, the synergy of habits, knowledge, experience, relationship, and character kicked in to give me a good chance at succeeding. Let us just say that when the opportunity came, I was prepared. Being detailed, persevering, visionary, and capable of building sound relationship became invaluable assets to me as I embark on my entrepreneurial journey. But as can be expected, there were a number of beyond my control factors that played out well too. Time and chance, as the Bible describes it. Being at the right place at the right time and meeting the right people helped a lot. Some will call that luck. I prefer to say divine guidance and blessing. You will see all of these in the following pages. A business story I started from the previous chapters that I am still writing and hopefully will keep writing for years to come. In the beginning, when I started Stars in 1986, I only had a couple of plastic chairs and a bed in my house. I had sold everything else. The first money the businesses earned went into purchase of 2 setters and a dining table with 4 chairs. That dining table became my first office. Later on, as things progressed, I rented a flat opposite my house and set up an office there with the permission of the landlord who lived nearby. It was the classic start small business scenario. Many new entrepreneurs want to start big, but necessity usually forces them to be realistic and to take one step at a time. After that first check I received from ExxonMobil job, remember how I described ExxonMobil lifeline after Ocean Inchcape sacked me? I cashed back part of the money and began to do such non-technical interventions and jobs that were marine related. If anyone wanted to buy a canoe, they consulted me. If they wanted a ship, they consulted me. In a way, I was a hustler during my early days in business. Having a useful skill set proved invaluable. If you ever plan on going into business and you are wondering what to do, a good place to start exploring could be your skill set. Never underestimate the things you know and do well. During that early period, Germanischer Lord, the German Marine Classification, contacted me to be their Nigerian representative, acting as their non-exclusive surveyor. It was an important breakthrough for me. My experience at Ocean Inchcape had paid off. Lord asked me to take care of 80% of their Nigerian job from Cameroon to Lagos. They invited me to Germany, where we negotiated and agreed on an hourly rate of 15 Deutschmark. So when they had any ship in Nigerian waters, they would send me a telex to do the annual or condition survey. It is important to note that from day one, I set standard for my business in terms of compliance, tax, and statutory requirements by governments or agencies. I had an accountant friend to keep my books and a secretary, but the technical part was my baby. That was my area of strength. Although small, I wanted to have a structure to be proud of. This preference and practice would later pay off in terms of helping to build a proper business capable of growth and expansion. This is something young entrepreneurs or business starters need to adopt. It is always best to begin well and put a structure around a new business. First major deal. Before General Ibrahim Babangida became the military head of state, the General Muhammadu Buhari-led military government confiscated some ships involved in illegal bunkering in Nigeria. A ship, Izara, Panama, was one of them and was handed over to the Eastern Navy Command and moored in front of its post in Calabar. Then, in 1987, the Navy began to arrange to dispose of the ship because it was causing navigational hazard. Delta Steel Company, DSC, at Ovia, Alaja, was looking for scrap. And they got to know about the ship, which had a lot of scrap content. They brought the ship and needed to move it from Calabar to Warri. Before then, I had served as a class server for DSC 2 tugboats, Udo 1 and Udo 2. That experience had introduced me to them. They knew what I was capable of delivering. When I lost my job, I contacted them to let me know I had become a freelancer. It was only natural that they considered me as an option when looking for who could help them move Izara, Panama. I did not know what the job entails, but at that point in time, I did just about any odd job that came my way. An opportunity presented itself, and I was not about to let it pass. So I went to inspect the ship. It turned out it was sitting in the mud. The foreigners who crewed the ship when it was arrested had removed the ship's seaside valve. Therefore, its engine room was flooded with water. After my inspection, I sent in a report and affirmed that I could salvage the ship. They immediately asked for my quotation, so I went to Marine Base, Port Harcourt, where Chief Alfred Det Spitz, first military governor of Old Rivers, 1967 to 1975, had a diving company whose staff were mostly riverine indigenous, excellent divers. I got some divers, struck a deal with them, and headed to Calabar. At the location, they went into the river and found all the access points through which the water was getting into the ships. With that done, I was able to come up with a quotation which came to 200,000 DSC. DSC approved it, so I mobilized a team from both Port Harcourt and Calabar. We hired some speedboats, salvage pumps, hoses, and other relevant materials, and took off from the beach with 4 divers. I also made sure that the necessary life-saving apparatus were taken along to ensure the safety of members of the squad in the event of any incidents. The first thing we did was to send the divers into the rivers to plug all the holes found in the ship hull. Then the big water pumps from Calabar were lowered into the engine room, and we began pumping the water out, discharging overboard via the hoses. After 2 weeks, the ship was fully afloat. We were excited. The next challenge was how to tow the ship to Warri. I did not have a clue how I would get a suitable tugboat to do the tow. The ship has been a hazard to mobile ships that were coming in and out of their operation base, adjacent to the Naval Eastern Command. Mobile base manager in Calabar at the time was a chap called Onora Orji. Mr. Orji has been quietly monitoring what was going on. Eventually, I met him at a social event in Calabar. During our conversation, he asked whether I was the one doing the salvage job on the Grand Izar, Panama, and thanked me for the help I was rendering to his company unknowingly. So, I told him I needed a tugboat to tow the ship, and he agreed to get top management of Moby to approve one of their tugboats if I was willing to pay for the fueling of the boat. I did the necessary paperwork, and Moby gave us a tugboat owned by Zapata Marine. The risk in the towage was that anything could happen to the plug on the ship's side during the voyage, and the ship could go down in the middle of the ocean. So I kept all the divers on board as we towed the boat. It took us 11 days to move it from Calabar to Warri. I spent a couple more weeks in Calabar resting and enjoying their tasty fresh fish restaurants. We had fun with my new friend, Honora, and some friends I had made among some of the Navy boys. Then I returned to Port Harcourt. What is important here is how things evolve from a very small, simple beginning. Business is often like that. One thing led to another. For me, and experiences and knowledge came to bear even when I was confronted with a project I had never attempted before. One must always be prepared. You just never know when opportunities will come, and when they do come, grab them. Early business education. That D for DSC was significant. It opened my eyes to see business possibilities and made me alert to such opportunities. Meanwhile, I kept focusing on putting the right structures in place. After that first fortuitous job I did for Moby at Eket, I had invited the accountant who did the incorporation of stars and told him that because I never dreamt of going into business, there were some things I did not know. I told him that nevertheless, I had decided to dive fully into business and wanted to take it up as a lifelong career. It is not just about making money, but about building something sustainable, I said to him. He seemed impressed with the way I was thinking and decided to start educating me about business governance. One striking thing he said was that from day one of making income, I should separate my money. That is, salary from the company money. He also said that if we earned 100 naira, for example, I should first deduct what it costs to earn that 100 naira. Sometimes, when calculating our expenses, we forget the cost of telephone calls, transportation, and other basic cost elements. We might even forget that we bought an equipment to do the job. He said all expenses, even to the last airtime used to make the call, must be factored in. After that, the remaining might be just 30 naira out of the 100 naira, meaning that 70 naira is not ours to spend. Surprisingly, he said that even the remaining 30 naira could not be entirely spent, lest the business is stagnated. 10 naira must be put back into the business with the 70 naira to enable one to earn more than 100 naira from the next business opportunity. I could only spend 20 naira. That made a lot of sense to me, though it was very tough because the entire 100 naira was not even enough to spend then. But I was determined to grow the business, so I stuck to it. Every time I did a service and got paid, I would put aside a lot more than the cost in case an opportunity came that would require some capital investment. The NNPC contracts. In 1987, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC, advertised for the cleaning of a storage tanker called MT Tuma, a big tanker. of about 250,000 tons anchored off Bonny. I'll be taking a break now. Let's not forget I'm reading the book Not Always Easy, My Voyage from Obscurity by Read-A-Thon, the book that talks about the story of moving from grass to grace. It's a book that encourages one to know that as a youth, if you can dream it, you can actually realize it. Thank you. That's my time. I'm not passing here. I just want to ease myself.
Go rest, Swampy. Good afternoon, everybody. Please, let's stand up for 1 minute. Let's just stand up for 1 minute. Please, everybody, let's just stand up for 1 minute. Let's exercise our body. Just a little bit. Let's just free the muscles. All right, you may be seated. A little bit. Let's just do a quick interaction before she comes back. How are you feeling this afternoon?
I'm feeling well, ma.
Do you feel inspired by what you're seeing?
Yes, ma.
What about you? Let's hear.
Yes, also.
What school is this? Read-A Girls. I'm happy that students from Read-A Girls are here. What this tells you is, as a woman, as a young girl, your dreams are valid. We live in a world where we have so much to prove as young women. But the good news is, you can actually achieve your dreams if you decide to stay focused. If you decide to be committed to your goals, there's nothing that you cannot achieve. Why I'm passing this little pep talk is to encourage us. As you're coming here today, I want you to sit, watch out with determination. Some of you will not embark on this Read-A-Thon, but I want you to see commitment, what it takes to be committed to a cause. I want you to see dedication, what it takes to be dedicated to a cause. What you are seeing is somebody that has prepared herself physically, morally, and otherwise to get to where she is right now, doing what she's doing, attempting to break a record. That should motivate you for your dreams, plans that you have for yourself. Commitment, consistency, these are the things that have a very huge impact. You cannot grow if you do not, focus on this thing. Then another thing is discipline. The only way you are seeing her there, why she's able to do this, it took practice, dedication, discipline to get there. So I want you to sit down, open yourself, think about yourself, reflect, see a vision about your life, about your goals. Some of you have already designed your path already as you are seated here. But I want you to look at this virtue and build yourself. When you leave here and you go home, reflect on yourself. Whatever thing that will always want to let you know that, oh, I cannot do it, I cannot do it. There's nothing that is impossible. That's just the truth. Once you put your mind, it doesn't matter how many times you fall. But what is the fact that you refuse to remain where you are. You stand up. So I don't want you to just come, sit down, and just, waste time. After that, you go back, to your various houses. I want you to look at her and let her be a mirror to yourselves as women. And that's why I'm targeting you. Let her be a mirror to you. I want you to be very focused, determined. Let these things sink into your head. Consistency, all these things matter. And the good Lord will continue to help us. For coming. I hope to see you more as the days progress. Is she set? Please, let's give her a round of applause. It's not easy. Imagine reading for hours, and this almost 9 hours. So that should tell you that it takes a lot of strength, time, and everything. And we're glad that she has gotten there. Do we still have time? Omo, do we still have time? 2 more minutes. Okay, I want us to do one thing, I think I will go from the back. Okay. I want you to sing a poem for us. Motivate her while she's eating. Here you go. You have no room to be shy. You are a woman. Take. You are not going to fall your schools down. Take. I'm not joking. Take. Motivate her. I'm leaving it with you. So it's totally up to you to give up. It's totally up to you. I want you to motivate her. I don't know how you're going to do that. You cannot be shy. No, give it to her. No, you have to. You have to kill this fright. This is the thing we are talking about. You have to kill it. She's there. She's looking at you. She's wanting you to say something to her. No, give her. If you don't say anything, we'll assume that you did not motivate her. That's what we're going to say. I don't know how you're going to kill this stage fright. Whether a poem or anything, I want you to motivate to Riemen. I don't know what you are going to say to her. She's there. Tell her 1 or 2 words. That's what we want to say. Motivate her. Kill this stage fright that you have. It's not supposed to be there. I don't know what is doing there, but kill it. Something now. She's listening to you. Motivate yourself. Someone else too. You can do it. Just tell her something. Motivate her. There's no time. Motivate her. We support you. We love you. Tell her something. Quickly.
Well, I want to appreciate everything that she has said in this. Well, I really love what she performed since when I came. And I really appreciate that. And I can take that.
You see, she blew you a kiss. All right, say something. Quickly, no time. Let's show love. Come on. You can do it. 1 minute, please. I'm going to give her the mic. 1 minute. Motivate her now.
I've been inspired by what she's doing, and I really encourage that, and that is also encouraging me.
Nice. We're good to go. Quickly. My neck. Just press on.
Q. Timers. Q.
2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
NNPC had brought the tanker to use it as strategic storage for petroleum products. At that time, they had few storage facilities all over the country. The tanker was initially trading in crude, so it was necessary to clean it out and get it ready to store other products. I had been a tanker person all my professional life, training and working with Care Tankers UK, an Arab Maritime Petroleum Transport Company, AMPTC. So I knew the process of tank cleaning very well because we did that regularly. I saw the advertisements and I applied, putting in a bid for the job. The bid was 958,000. Other bidders going after that tender were mainly foreign companies, and they bidded in millions of naira. The procedure was that you had to pass the technical bid first before they look at your commercial bid. My technical bid was impeccable because of my knowledge of tankers and industry. Instead of quoting the sophisticated equipment used for tank cleaning in share, I explored cheaper options. I talked about using men, shovels, wheelbarrows, buckets, and ropes to do the job, after which we would use the ship water pump to spray and wash the whole tank and strip out all the debris, while with the stripping pump of the ship. I also talk about gas-freeing the tank and using the oxygen analyzer to check the tank after gas-freeing to ensure it was safe for people to enter. While the next lowest bidder was quoting about 3 million naira, there I was quoting 958,000. When the bidding analysis was finished, the recommendation to the then Managing Director of NNPC, Mr. Arrett Adams, of blessed memory, was that my technical bid made sense, but my commercial bid did not. Arrett Adams, in his wisdom, then decided to form a panel and invited all bidders to come and defend their bid, both technical and commercial. There were 4 companies, 3 of them foreign, and mine. The panel session was held in the NNPC boardroom. Each bidder was asked to describe their process, after which the panel asked questions. A number of times, their responses was, "We will contact our head office and get back to you on this." This still happens a lot today. The people we see as experts are just errand guys. Their presentation are rehearsed. They lack of the information required to properly negotiate and convince potential clients that they deserve to be hired. But their tag as expatriates always make the naive believe that these people are experts in their field, even until today. During that session, I carefully wrote down every question the other bidders could not answer. Of course, I was called last because they thought I did not know what I was doing. They asked me to describe my process, and I said to them, "Chairman, sir, respectable panel, permit me to throw light on some of the questions my colleague here couldn't answer." They asked me to go ahead. So I took each question one after the other, analyzed the process, and gave the solutions NNPC wanted. After I finished the presentation, which I enjoyed immensely, I shared on my process and said to them, while they were talking about using sophisticated equipment, I'm talking about using human beings with long shovels and sticks that will scrape everything cleanly. You can see why my course makes sense. For me, it will be a pleasure to see a lot of Nigerians involved in this project. We'll be creating job opportunities for many. I did not have to wait until they told me formally that I have gotten the job before getting excited. It was written all over their faces as they listened to me with rapt attention. Of course, I got the contract. Opportunities to grow. With my job for Delta Steel Company and the new contract with NNPC, my confidence grew rapidly. I began to see opportunities. Of course, there were not so many people with my skills and training at that time. When we got the contract to clean Tuma, I needed to buy a flyboat with which to move men, materials, and equipment from Port Harcourt to Boni. I hired 60 Nigerians, most of whom were from Boni, with a team of about 15 people from Port Harcourt. Then I rented a hotel near the waterfront. I paid for 2 months and put the workers there. We were allowed to do our catering, so my catering team would buy things to cook. For 2 months, we were on that job. I was organizing the whole team from Port Harcourt and shuffling to Bonny once a week. I had supervisors on ground, though. We did not have GSM technology and phones for communication like we have now. So I bought 2 long-range, 2-way cellular radio, installed in one of my offices in Port Harcourt and the other in hotel in Bonny, where my team were quartered. With this, we could communicate daily. During that period, every time I went through the creeks to Bonny, I noticed an abandoned tugboat in the creeks. A couple of occasions, I told the boat driver to take me closer to it, climbed in, and looked around. The engine room and engine looked relatively new, but the body was all corroded. Little did I know that the destiny of the boat and mine were intertwined. My first boat, chapter 13. The emptying Tuma job earned me a net profit of 250,000 naira. The first thing I did was to buy a second-hand car, which cost me about 45,000 naira. All the while, I had been trekking and taking taxes because I sold everything, including my Mercedes. I wish young people would take note of this. I did not buy an expensive or brand new car. I did not buy land, though my parents were pressurizing me to build a house in Benin. I told them I was not ready to build. If they were not going to accommodate me whenever I was in Benin, I would lodge in a hotel. My first boat. All I knew was that I needed to invest. I woke up one morning. I remember the tugboat I used to see in the creek. I decided to find out who the owner was so I could buy and renovate it, even though I was not sure what to do with the boat. I began to make inquiries. The MPA gave me the name of the owners, a Chief Mumuni based in Lagos. He was one of the pioneers in civil private security business in Nigeria, and his company was called Nigeria International Private Security. I headed to Lagos with some money, and after a few hours, I located his address right down inside Isale Eko. When I walked into his office, the man, massive in frame, was seated comfortably on an executive chair. He asked, "Young man, what can I do for you? What are you looking for? You've been waiting to see me." I was in a t-shirt and jean, carrying a small bag. I looked like someone who owned nothing else in his entire life, apart from the bag. I said, "It's in connection with the tugboat in a creek around Bonny." Before I could finish talking, he replied and said, "I'm sorry, I'll take it away, don't worry. I know it's causing a navigational hazard, and I've been looking at what to do with it." I said, "I came to buy the boat if you would sell it to me." He removed his pair of glasses, put them on the table, and looked at me intently. Back then, if you sized me up, you would not think I could afford a boat. After sizing me up a bit, he called for his general manager to repeat what I had said. When I did, they looked at me, looked at each other, and laughed. The old man said, "Okay, how much are you prepared to pay?" I said I would pay 50,000 naira. He removed his glasses a second time, laughed again, and told me that I was not serious. He really doubted I had any money. Put 1,000 naira on the table right now if you are serious, he said, with disbelief written all over his face. I opened my bag, brought out 5,000 naira, and put it on the table. He stopped laughing. I had certainly gotten his attention. He put the glasses back on and said, "Young man, I like you. When can you pay the balance for the 50,000 naira?" "Tomorrow morning, sir," I replied, almost before his question landed. Again, shock returned to his face. "Okay then, meet here tomorrow morning by 10 a.m. It was too late to go to the bank by the time our meeting ended that day. The next morning, I went to withdraw 50,000 and wait for the 10 a.m. appointment. The man had left a message that I should be ushered into his office as soon as I arrived. "Get him coffee and biscuits," he said to his staff as soon as I settled down. He began to treat me like a special guest. He called the general manager who came in with the cashier. I counted 45,000 naira and put them on the table. He asked the cashier to give me a receipt. When he asked me which name to put on the receipt, I said, "Stars Investment Company Limited." He instructed the general manager to prepare the bill of sale. "I want to sign everything for this my son," he said. I thought it rather interesting and amusing that I had become his son just because I just paid him 50,000 naira for an abandoned boat. Well, that was how I purchased my first boat. The bill of sale was endorsed by the Nigerian Maritime Authority, now known as Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA. I had the legal documents and ownership of that boat in my name, and I named it Stars Pusher 1. The boat is designed with pushing nails in the bow, as it is used for pushing and towing barges and similar craft within the creeks to Nigerian Shipbuilders Limited, a ship repair yard in Port Harcourt. Then I got my team and spent a better part of 120,000 naira to bring the boat back to life. The excitement of owning that boat is impossible to describe. Yet, I still did not know what to do with it. I just enjoyed owning it. Turning it around and putting my practical knowledge to work. During the last week of work on that assignment, on one warm evening, I went home very tired. I was sipping my beer and smoking my cigarette. I used to smoke a lot then. I could smoke 40 sticks of cigarette a day. When Way Poster, a Polish guy and general manager of the Nigerian Shipbuilders Limited, called my landline, he said, "Greg, after you left, some people from Share came because they heard there was a tugboat that had just been recently refurbished. They want to hire the boat. Can I give them your number?" I said, "Of course." My mind immediately started darting here and there, wondering what was about to happen. Share want to hire my tugboat? I thought to myself. The next morning, as early as 9 a.m., I got a call from someone who introduced himself as Engineer Chris LIA, and I immediately recognized that name, and we agreed to meet at the shipyard at noon that day. On seeing the bearded man, I felt I had met him before. He looked familiar. He looked at me smiling, and I wondered why he was smiling. He said, "Young man, we need this boat. How much will it cost to hire per day?" I replied that I did not know her. I did not know, and asking how much he was willing to pay. He said that I had to pick a price. I did not have a clue of what to charge. Then he asked, what if I give you 600 naira per day? Would that be okay? I did a quick calculation. In my last job, I used to earn 1,800 per month. And here was someone offering me 600 naira per day. That meant 18,000 naira per month. I tried hard not to express my excitement when I said to him, that's okay, we have a deal. I mobilized a crew and we took the boat on sea trial. Shell eventually gave me a 6-month contract for that job. You can calculate how much that came to. I was on cloud 9. It was during the contracting process that Engineer Chris LIA reminded me of who he was, the only black man on the panel of 7 who handled my final interview as a potential share scholar in Lagos. That deal with share spurred me on. I began to look for more tugboats to buy and refurbish. After about a month, I took a picture of the refurbished boat to Lagos to show Chief Mumuni, whom with time had become like a father to me. I said, sir, look at what the tugboat has now become. He asked, what is it doing? I said, it was working for share. Share? He exclaimed, I have 3 badges working for share, 2 flat top badges and 1 water badge. I do not need this marine business anymore. Do you want to buy them? The badges are on a long-term contract with share. I will call their divisional manager and ask them to transfer the contract to you. We negotiated and I bought the 3 badges for 60,000 naira. We did all the paperwork and share transferred the 2-year contract on those badges to me. Now, I had a tugboat and 3 badges working for share. I thus started my fleet. At this junction, I was now quite financially comfortable, but I was interested in buying houses or cars. All I wanted was to buy more boats, to grow fleet. I enjoyed seeing people employed, and I desired to inculcate the human resource development standard that I saw at Share into my business standard. My crew wore uniform and were well paid. I began to inculcate in them good work ethics. I repeatedly told them and demonstrated that the business belongs to us all, and they should not have the mentality of mocking the work for baboon. Learn from NPA. As the fleet began to grow, it became obvious that I needed to have a proper operational base. I applied for waterfront space and I was given a 21-year lease so I could carry out maintenance and repair of my boats on my own premises. NPA gave me a piece of land on the waterfront on Reclamation Road, Port Harcourt. That became an operational base, so I built a porter cabin office there, well furnished to accommodate all the staff. Our immediate neighbor was the Port Harcourt Boat Club. This was symbolic, convenient, and strategic. We often went to the boat club for lunch and boat races, so it was very expedient that I was housed next to them. Chapter 14, Building Nigeria's First Shipyard. Sometimes in 1991, Shell was interested in acquiring new personal boats, tugs, and barges. They reckoned such acquisition would make their businesses more effective. In line with this, they needed to come out with their tenders for the acquisition of these vessels. I got to know about the tenders through a call. It was one afternoon when my phone rang, piercing through the silence I had been enjoying on that somewhat dull day. I heard the voice of a gentleman who was a sheriff. After exchanging pleasantries, he said, "You are one of the notable players in the industry and would like you to bid for the tender for the acquisition of the new personal boat, tugs, and barges for us. You may need to go out and look for a foreign company to partner with you." With that information, I took off to Damen Shipyard in Holland, a globally respected Dutch company with a strong maritime heritage that started as a small family business. I had found out that Damen built tugs for share, so it seems they were the perfect organization to approach. The officials of Damen told me they were keen on the project and that once I was ready, I should return to them to sort out details and terms. Meanwhile, they said they had just bought a catamaran crew boat from the Brazil, which they wanted to sell. They gave me the specification of that boat, but I never gave it much thought at that point in time. A few weeks later, after I returned to Nigeria, I remember the catamaran crew boat. It had a peculiar characteristics of navigating shallow waters and a passenger carrying capacity of 95 while working with Moby. On and off, I had realized that they had peculiar problem. The water at their terminal in Kwaribo was very shallow, so boats could not come in, and they had no jetties. Most of their crew changes was by helicopter. I thought that if a boat could move such a large number of people to their jetty, it would save Moby a lot of money. It was like a heroic moment. I knew I had hit on something. I headed to Lagos to see Mr. Areth Adams, who had become my friend since the empty Tuma job. I shared my thoughts on the problem Moby had and told him about my proposed solution and that the man was looking for a viable buyer. Before I had finished talking, the man picked up his phone and called the managing director of Moby, a friend of his. "I'm sending someone over to you. Talk to him. Make it happen," he said to the man over the phone. After he dropped the phone, he turned to me and said, "Go and talk to him. Moby will need that boat." I saw the managing director discuss my proposal that I believe will support me. He brought into the idea, and I soon headed to Eket, where the mobile office told me that they liked the idea of the boat, but needed to inspect it. So they called their people in Holland to do the inspection. After the inspection, a report was submitted. A contract valued at $3 million plus 11 million naira for 3 years was drawn up. Wow! If I got that, it would be a major breakthrough, I thought. The next thing was where to get the money to buy the catamaran crew boats. I started for new banks. Mr. Areth Adams introduced me to one of the relatively new banks in 1992. They said they could fund it if I brought 10% of the asking price. I had negotiated at the purchase price for the boat with the owner for 2.2 million guiders. 10% of the required fund was a lot for me because that would be 220,000 guiders. Guiders were the Dutch currency at that time. There was no way I was going to raise the money, except, of course, I found a way to convert my assets into cash. I began to think about selling the available assets. It was a scary proposition, but if you don't give, you don't get. This was during the slump in the industry. 50% of my boats were in the jetty without running contracts. So I thought, why keep them? I might as well sell them anyway. Invest the proceeds into actualizing this seemingly great opportunity to own the catamaran boat, an offshore service boat with such a juicy contract with Mobil. If things went well, I would grow from there. Unknown to me, I was about to make the biggest mistake of my business career, losing everything I had. Dawo was looking for tug and barges because they had pipeline construction going on. They came, we negotiated, and they bought all my tugs and barges and paid me about 6 million naira. A lot of money at that time. I converted the money and it came to about 350,000 guiders. I went to the bank and paid the money into the accounts I had opened with them and gave them the authority to use part of the money for the requested 10% equity contribution. And the best thing was to transfer the 10% to the owners of the boat, which was what they did. Now, it was time for the bank to pay their promised 90% of the fund, and I was about to get the shock of my life. Meanwhile, the Mobil inspection had revealed some small modifications they wanted to make on the boat. I flew to Liverpool, where I saw some of my colleagues who were jobless at the time, and took them to Holland with me. I went to the bank, got some money, and began to do the job. The sales agreement with the boat owner had a deadline, by which time we had to pay. Things became desperate because all we were getting from the bank was one excuse after another, all of them unsettling. As the situation persisted, the challenge of completing payment for the boat was glaring. He was consigned and gave me a specific time to complete the payment, else they will put the boat back in the market. Eventually, a Dutchman by name Jacques Romans, the owner of Sea Truck Company operating in Nigeria, got to know about the transaction from his Dutch friend at a shipyard and told them he wanted and was ready to pay for it. He immediately gave me 2 weeks to pay or lose the boat, and by the sales agreement, the deposit too. When I heard this, I ran to Jack Roman and told him to pay for the boat. I showed him the contract with Mobil and asked that we both execute it in partnership. He disagreed. He asked me to transfer the contract deal to him and he will pay me off with $6,000. I said I could not continue. Eventually, we went to arbitration. Meanwhile, the bank stayed away. So the arbitration was between Jacques romance, company. I went to London with my lawyer, Omo Ebo, and the arbitration ruled that by the terms of say, I had to forfeit the boat and the deposit. That was how I got cleaned out. I lost everything. My boat, my money, my contract, everything. I was sheltered. It was as if my world had ended. I was back to zero, even below zero. All the while, I had kept the mobile officials updated on happenings. So when Jackie Roman went to Mobi and said he had the boat and wanted the contract, he was told Mobi will never engage that boat as long as I was not the arrowhead. But that did not change. I still had no capital, no assets, nothing. It was a traumatic period. Then, I remember the trance experience I had just before that period, and I prayed, God, now I know what you meant when you said you would empty me, but you also said you will rescue me and start with me all over again. I was depressed and stayed indoor. My wife Christy encouraged me a lot, but that did little in changing my situation. The shipyard idea. Somehow, I managed to survive the Christy standing in the place of prayers for me. It was during that most difficult period, sometime before, that I began to ponder on my next move. As I kept asking myself, what next? It occurred to me that every time I went to do a survey offshore on ship, working for the oil and gas company, and the ship had an underwater problem that needed docking, even for 1 or 2 days, it would have to go to Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, Douala, Cameroon, or sometimes was a bay, Walvis Bay in Namibia. So a 2-day repair job could take 12 days due to sailing time to and from the shipyard in those foreign countries. It occurred to me that if we could put a facility here in Nigeria, people would even pay a premium to use it for the repair of their ship. I began to ponder seriously on the idea of building a shipyard. Can you imagine? Yet, you are thinking of building a shipyard. I think this type of mindset is essential for making progress in life. To get so weighed down by bad experiences and problems to the extent that we stop dreaming, thinking, hoping, and acting. I had my problems. They were overwhelming. But they did not stop me from seeing an obvious market need and thinking about how I could meet that need. The moment I started to dream about shipyard was the moment I began to come out of depression. Shipyard building begins. I used to have a boss at Ocean Inc., a British man named John Lester. Sad 2019. I worked with him, acting technical manager, with the person in the position when the person in the position died from a heart attack. Remember, it was my in that capacity to the company once London 2 years and bring me back as general manager. Well, John for Ocean Inchcape and had been John Lester and I had become very good friends. He had retired as ward operator, director for Ocean Inchcape and had been in charge of all operations issues for the company, including dry docking and repairing of ships. I called John up, and shared my thoughts about building a shipyard in Nigeria with him. John thought about it for a short while and said Nigeria had been his biggest problem when it came to ship repairing back in his days at Ocean Inchcape due to the absence of shipyard. He thought my idea was bold and brave. After I got on a plane and headed to London, like I hinted earlier, I had reserved from fund there. Money paid to me in for survey services rendered to the classification society, which I had no access to from Nigeria. Now, John thought about it. John Lester made sure I stayed in his house in Sudbury-on-Thames, where he and his wife, Barbara, lived. He gave me a room, set up an office for me, and we began to develop the concept of a shipyard. We made tremendous progress in developing a workable plan. I was grateful to John and Barbara. I told them that I could not pay him for the support and professional service. And he said he did not want me to do so. John was like an angel sent to me. He was willing to do anything in his power to support me. I insisted on paying him. After that time, we were worth €50 an hour as consultants. After arguing, he finally agreed that I could pay him €10 per day. He did not want it in cash. If the planned company became a reality, he wanted to be a shareholder. The entitlement would be equity. I thought that was a fantastic idea. The record book began to record his interventions. Raising funds for the shipyard. We developed the shipyard plan to a point where I began to look for funds. Our plan included and that meant we needed a lot of money. I returned to Nigeria, desperate to find the money required to build the desired shipyard. I went to my regular banks and explained what I wanted to do to them, but they were not forthcoming. We needed about $850,000 to buy the floating dock we identified in Genoa, Italy. Additionally, $100,000 to prepare and mobilize the dock to Nigeria, as well as 50 million naira working capital to start operations. At that time, Nigerian bank only did short-term loans, like 90 days. So there were no provisions for the kind of long-term loan such a project requires. After 2 years, I realized I was hitting my head against the wall. So I decided to try the international finance industry. As I said, I had some pounds in my UK account. So I set up an office in a shared facility in Riemen, near Baker Street in London. Having a London address could help in elevating our state fund. At that time, one could discuss. General Sani Abacha was the military ruler then, and the country was seen as a high-risk place to invest. I thought that having a UK office address could provide a much-needed option for us in terms of how potential funders could perceive us. Still, it is not easy. It is not easy fund. I shut down the London office and returned to Nigeria. After a few months of thinking about the next move, I remembered my friend and mentor, Mr. Adams. I headed to Lagos to see him and share my predicaments. Meanwhile, I had registered another company called Stars Marine and Engineering Limited, the vehicle for Stars Shipyard, separate from Stars Investment Company Limited, which owned, managed, and operated ships. So Stars Marine and Engineering Limited was supposed to be the ship repair company. When Adams was unceremoniously retired from service as managing director of NNPC a few years earlier, I had gone to visit him at home to show solidarity with his and his predicament. At a young age, as a young struggling friend of his, I had nothing more to show this solidarity. I told him that I had registered a company, Stars Marine, which will be a ship repair company, and that I will offer him 5% shareholding in the company for free as a show of appreciation of our friendship. I wanted him to be among the directors of the company. Little did I realize that this singular gesture was laying the foundation for the key role. Mr. Adams was to play in the actualization of the now renowned Stars investment. I narrated my OD in progressing the development of my shipyard dream with Mr. Adams due to the challenge of raising funds. Mr. Adams was a fantastic gentleman with an extremely brilliant mind. Since you're looking for about $1 million for this very $20,000, and I'll bring who are not money bag but technocrats who can understand the importance of this initiative. I was flabbergasted. That was how the current shareholders and directors of Stars Marine were brought together. Arrett Adams, his wife has since taken over, Greg L., who retired as group manager of NAPIMS, Mr. Egbert Inowo, retired Deputy Managing Director, Share Petroleum Development Company Limited. Chief Chambellian Oyinbo, a retired Group Managing Director of NNPC. Ambassador Dio Melson, one-time Liberian ambassador to Nigeria, and now a businessman. Mr. Jim Orife, formerly of NAPEM's engineer Charles Osezua, Rear Admiral Festus Kobeni, RTD, who helped us to secure the land when he was Minister of Transport. And of course, my good friend, John Lester. With these directors, we were able to raise the money required. John Lester and I went to Italy to buy the floating dock, which had initially been built for the internal navy but abandoned. After buying the floating dock, we needed to dry dock it and prepare her for voyage to Nigeria. The dock was about 2 years old and had not done any job. I came back to Nigeria, employed a couple of young marine engineers, and we went to Italy to do the dry docking to bring her back to speed. I funded that aspect of the project with my savings in London. By the way, that floating dock was named Chris Bar, a combination of my ex-wife named Christy and John Lester's wife named Barbara. Space to operate the shipyard. The next challenge was to find a waterfront land for the operation of the shipyard. It was tough finding an appropriate one. Eventually, I was told about where the shipyard is currently. Back then, it was like a creek within the current oil and gas free zone. But then, Intel's an organization that provides integrated logistics service to the Nigerian oil and gas industry, was given concession to run the whole place. And the report would be very favorable if you were a leader in their space. They charge highly and change terms. Fortunately, I found a place that did not fall within their territory, and I went to the Nigerian Port Authority, and they confirmed that the place we found was available. I had initially gone to Intel's, thinking that the place was within their concession area. One silly Italian captain by name Massini looked me in the eye and said, "The area is not for Nigerians." I matched him his star for star and asked, "A space in my country is not for Nigerians? This is my country. You cannot tell me a space in Nigeria is a no-go area for Nigerians." I walked out of the office and angrily went to meet the zonal general manager of the NPA Eastern Zone, the overall landlord for the area. I explained what I wanted to do to him, and he took me to the map on the wall, and I showed him the exact space I was interested in, and how an Italian at space was not for Nigerian. Although the space doesn't belong to Intel's, it is not for Nigerian like the captain told you. I could not believe what I heard. I was furious. I said to him, "I'm going to show you that this country belongs to all of us," and I stormed out. This is certain realities about how Nigeria I began to realize that some Nigerians were choosing to mortgage our resources to foreign interests for whatever reasons. Now, I reported if I was ever going to be successful, I was going to have to overcome difficult professions and business, barriers put up by people with selfish interest, people doing things against the progress of our country. I reported what happened to the members of our board at the time. Arrett Adams has been appointed as special advisor on petroleum and by General Abdulsalam Abubakar, then head of state of Nigeria. Arrett Adams gave me a note to meet Admiral Festus Pomeni, Minister of Transportation, the supervising minister of NPA. When I told Pomeni what happened, he was shocked. He took my application for land to Abdul Salami Abubakar, who approved it. By then, the zonal general manager, Eastern Ports, NPA, had been promoted to the position of managing director, NPA. Hobeni sent a directive to him to convey the head of state approval for the lease of the land to Stars Marine. He had to follow his ego and pride to sign my documents. The next day, he said, "Today, we are both good friends." Moving the dock. The next challenge, after we got space, was moving the dock to Nigeria. The estimated working capital consisting of towing to arriving and berthing in Onne Rivers State, Nigeria, where our land is, to operations amounted to about 50 million naira. That was a huge amount of money. So I began the quest for a 50 million loan. Every time I went to a bank, they will remember I had been talking about a floating dock for 3 to 5 years. Some of them concluded that I had lost my mind. Maybe they were right. Once we did a couple of that business dreams at time. If God has given you a vision, be ready to be patient and persistent. You have to keep an eye on the ball because you will encounter all sorts of discouragement, obstacles, and challenges. I do not know how I was able to do that, but I was determined to make a vision a reality because I could see the effects of doing so. We are going to provide a needed service, create jobs, transfer skills, and have a legacy. Those were my motivations, not money. About that time, I traveled to Abuja. Typically, I went to the capitals once in a while to get governor licenses and solicit clients. On this particular trip, as I walked into a lift at Transcorp, Chief Egbitiri Banigo, owner of all states Trust Bank, was standing right there in the elevator. We exchanged greeting, and I told him how I had been going around bank looking for 50 million loan to bring my floating dock and commence operation. Chief Bango seemed interested in my pitch and encouraged me to keep talking. Even the elevator we went to in his executive room where I kept describing the businesses and its prospect to him. He said he had a yacht and could not find a place where his yacht could be docked. So it is fixed. It is fixed and cleaned up. He asked, "How much did you say you are looking for again?" 50 million naira, sir, I replied. Okay, let's see how we can help you. It was hard containing my excitement as he wrote to the managing director of his bank. Mr. Dante Iyabi, as I left Chief Banigo office that day, when I met Mr. I told him fascinated. He passed me on to one of their executive director named Lawson, who was in charge of the credits. Lawson got his team to begin to package facility for me. How many more minutes? At a point in time, requested to inspect the facility for me. The bank requested to inspect the floating dock in Italy, so an official, Mr. Owe Abaret, traveled with my technical team and me. We spent about 2 weeks in Italy. When we returned to Nigeria, Mr. Albert traveled with two of my technical $1,000 Nigeria. Mr. Ensure the approval of the rule. There were also the matters I went to learn in marine. Lloyd gave us a quotation of $42,000 Nigeria. They declined to pay this, stating that the insurance company will only take on 16,000 insurance. The insurance company in question was insurance. It was significant. It was a significant cost difference. Nevertheless, I said to them, let me go to London to run. They understand the business, they know what is involved, and to accept. They all agreed, and I headed to London, only to discover that the name of the insurance company was not even listed in their registered companies. It was a stunning discovery. I went back to the bank and reported my discovery to them. I said, if anything happens, these people do not have what it takes to step in. Please, let us play safe. We wouldn't use your recommendation insurance company, but the bank refused. They insisted that it was either their insurance company handled it, or they would not grant me what I needed. We were at mates. Promptly, I called a board meeting. We deliberated on the matter for a long time, but we knew by the truth. We are taking the point of raising the desired working capacity to bring our dream to reality around us. We were helpless and had to agree to use the bank insurance company by the time the boarded a plane to America to relax for a week. I'll be taking a short break.
Hello? Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
I'm at the secretariat now. I tell you now. Oh, why you no come since? I'm here, sharp. How long will it take you? Yes, yes. Hi. Hi. Oh. Yours. Hi. Hi.
How did you
I felt I had time because it would take about 3 or 4 weeks for the convoy to arrive in Nigeria. I got to the USA on a Saturday, and on Tuesday, my consultant in London called me. We had to get a consultant in London to manage the voyage. He said something had happened. The floating dock was sinking in the Mediterranean because of the weather in the Mediterranean. A crack had developed on the lip of the main deck of the dock during the towage, and water flooded the floating dock, and it was sinking into the sea. But the tug that we chartered to tow the floating dock was quite a powerful one. It held it in position and was going round in circle, waiting for rescue. After my consultant told me this, I jumped up, grabbed a few clothes, packed a bag, and headed to the airport to board a plane back to London. To get the details and then off, I went to the Linkage Assurance Office in Lagos to explain what was going on to them. By international rule of maritime insurance, in an incident such as this, the writer would immediately contact their agent nearest to the scene of the incident to commence salvage and rescue operation. I was shocked when Linkage said I should go and handle the rescue operation and that they would pay whatever damages must have happened when the convoy got to Nigeria. It was not their responsibility to contact the salvage companies and divers to go to where the problem was. The insurance company I either recommended had their people along the route. They would have just called the divers, gone to where the incident happened, did what needed to be done, and delivered the team. I went to All State Trust Bank to intimate them of the development and the position of Linkage Assurance. And the bank immediately took side with Linkage. I was left in the lodge by the bank and the insurance company. So I went back and explained what was going on, and they had a meeting. The summary of the meeting was I should give them an estimate of what it would cost to salvage. We got servers. They gave us an estimate, and everything came to 49 million to salvage, repair, and get the ship to Nigeria. The bank said they would give it to me only on the condition the naira that was given. How ruthless. We take the offer because we did not have a choice. In travel from the UK to Casablanca, to get the dock. Linkage sent it evaluated. At the end of it, it said it could only pay 9 million naira out of the 49 million spent to salvage the dock. So, where was I supposed to find the remaining 14 million naira? The project eventually started with a negative cash flow, and the feasibility studies only provide for a working capital of 50 million naira and not 90 million naira it became. That was April 2000. We domiciled all revisables in the bank. The process was that if you're a ship owner and you brought your ship to our shipyard for docking and repairs, you would pay 70% of the quoted and agreed cost for the job before your ship can be taken up on the dock. The money, of course, is paid into our account, and we pay for the work done on the client vessel. To our debt to not execute the job. Raise the observation to borrow money from them again. It was and terrible experience, effect, and more. Getting a customer in the first instance was a problem. Ship owners then were foreigners who did not trust our capacity to deliver. They believed nothing good could come from Nigerian-run companies. I told my people not to worry, and that the shipyard like a mechanic workshop. Then, the mechanic sits on his toolbox in his workshop, watching car go to and fro, knowing that one car will have a breakdown sooner or later and would have no choice but to come for help. A mechanic chases people about, asking them to come repair their cars. One day, I got a call from one of my foreign friends who worked for another shipping company. He said he had just lost a propeller on his tugboat and he needed my help. He said that my dog would take care of the problem, and I told him to bring the ship for checkup. When he brought it, we assessed it. I told him we could fix it in 48 hours. He said I could take 72 hours as long as I got the boat working again. That was to be the very first ship we would dock in our floating dock since it arrived in Nigeria. I refused to give him any bill until I finished the job, and we did so in 18 hours. When I called him to tell him the boat was ready for sea trial, he could not believe it. He came to the shipyard, took the boat for trial, and immediately lined up 5 more boats for dry docking. Suddenly, everyone heard about his experience and the capacity of our shipyard. We began to get referral after referral. It got to the point that sometimes our shipyard was booked 6 months in advance. Unfortunately, even though we were working hard, we had nothing to show for it because the bank was taking all the returns as the loan payment. Ski transfer. When we set up the shipyard, due to a drought of skilled Nigerians who could repair ships the way we wanted, I employed 2 Yugoslavians and 2 Indians into critical departments. Part of the terms of engagement for recruiting the foreigners was that within 5 years, they were to train the Nigerians working for me for eventual takeover of their jobs, and it was agreement that they were pleased with. Consequently, I went to the Marine Engineering Department of the Rivers State University and recruited a few smart chaps who showed potential and had just finished their degree programs. I signed them up to do their National Youth Service Program at our shipyard and attached them to relevant departments. Also, I went to the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron, Akwa Ibom State, and got cadets to do their industrial training program at the shipyard so they could have practical experiences. Like seeing the underwater hull and stinger, the propeller, and things like that. It was an opportunity they cherished because many of the cadets lacked practical exposure. Whereas in developed countries, there are shipyards everywhere, and young people, while in school, are exposed well enough such that by the time they finish school, they already have basic maritime knowledge. Most people who graduate from the maritime institution in Nigeria do not have a clue about the basics in the maritime industry. It is sad how, as a nation, we have failed to establish ample maritime infrastructure in the country to train enough of our young people to explore the maritime industry. Fortunately, the Rivers State University graduates at the end of 3 years had acquired enough skills that I could ask one of the expatriates to leave. I paid him off handsomely, and we are friends till today. A year later, another expatriate left. By the 5th year, when the remaining 2 left, I already had many Nigerians satisfactorily trained to perform all the functions the expatriates were carrying out. In addition, I had retired Navy personnel have a captain in the warehouse. In the engine room, it was a thing of joy for me to have the whole establishment 100% by an all-Nigerian workforce. Over the years, I have fought very hard to get NIMASA to work with the Navy to develop courses for retired naval officers. This is to enable the officers to obtain civilian certificates that authorize them to sail on civilian ships. But I met a brick wall. My proposal to NIMASA is standard and obtainable in most nations. Many of the seafarers returning Indian ships are retired naval ships. At the time, Nigeria had retired Indian Navy officers running Nigerian ships. Yet, in Nigeria, you can find young, highly skilled and trained Navy personnel in their 40s and 50s who retired as captains or commanders who cannot be engaged. Chapter 15, Not Yet Dead. Stars Investments bounces back. In the previous chapter, I described how I lost everything and how Stars Investment hit rock bottom. It was such a devastating experience for me that I was depressed for 6 months. Things looked very bleak, but that was also when the shipyard dream was belted, and I began to pursue it. This is one of the often strange contrasts in life. Pain and encapsulates in them blessings. Many times, our greatest pains are our greatest blessings. The shipyard idea made me come alive once again. The dream and its pursuits renewed my energy and hope for the future. That was in 1994. The realization of the shipyard idea evolved over a 6-year period. That meant Stars Marine was growing, while Stars Investment, which had hit rock hard by the bad experience of risking and losing all my assets, was comatose. One Thursday evening in late 2000, I told my wife, Christy, that since Stars Investment was more or less dead, I was considering shutting it down as a company. Christy understood and told me to do what I needed to do. But shutting down Stars Investment was not destined to be. On Saturday, just 2 days later, I got a phone call from an unknown number. The caller introduced himself as a staff member of Hayes, one of the subsidiaries of NNPC, and requested to see me. I did a quick check and confirmed that he was legit, so I went to meet him. When we met, he said, "You do not know me, you have never met me, but I sat in an evaluation committee to assess bid for a contract, and your company had the best technical and commercial bids. However, some people are trying to subvert it due to some personal interests, and I thought I should let you know." Many years earlier, Share has acquired personal boats, tugs, and barges, which they invested a substantial amount of resources in managing. By 2000, the company has grown weary of committing resources to manage their fleet. What was the point in doing so when fleet management was not their core business? The management of Share then decided to hand over the fleet to competent third-party organizations that could effectively manage the vessels on their behalf. Consequently, Share requested for tender to that end. It was this tender the gentleman from Naples was referring to had learned about the request for the tenders, and Stars Investment had bidded with little or no hope of winning the bid. After all, the company was more or less lifeless at the time. By the way, the IOCs are in joint venture with the Nigerian government, which is represented by NAPEM, a subsidiary of NNPC. In such joint ventures, when the IOC issues contracts out to Nigeria, NAPEMs must participate in the tender evaluation and sign them off for them to be valid. By sitting in front of the NAPIM official, something that was concerned, by informing me about what was going on. I asked him, and he answered, "Thing. No, this is something your company get that job." I was deeply grateful and felt favored. When I returned home that night, about it, not investment. Never cease to batting down the business. The next, God is putting his feet, saying, "You cannot shut this door." I do not believe in coincidence. God in life, but it gives us freedom to make choices. Those choices walk apart. Insight. And in light of Star's investment I've been able to achieve in date, I'm back how I could have ever contemplated in the company. God knew of the NAPIM's official was perfect and divine. To manage, operate, maintain the entire light marine vessel, and a 5-year contract to manage, operate, and maintain a fleet of heavy marine vessels. Struck gold. There was no way Star's investment was going down, certainly in business. When shares all the queue, those with and got started, successfully operated that contract from 2002 to 2005 for the light marine vessel, and then up to 2007 heavy marine vessels. Hey, Star's investment provided jobs for thousands of people over distance. Imagine that shut down the business. So much potential the light today. We should never quit. We should in South Africa. Total release of for the provision of a new build offshore service tugboat for a 5-year contract. The damage ship pose a for a credit. When the result invest the 50 bidder nothing of it anymore. A few total contested for the job. Apparently, the 4 lawyers ahead of the company had denied their contract, did not perform at the Total was offering. Left with no option. $1,900 per day to deliver the job. Approach and contract from the board of NNPC. Subsequently, Total passed the contract to the National Petroleum Investment Management Service, NAPIM, under whose jurisdiction it is, which duly processed it onward. To the International Oil Company. As at this time, there was no Nigerian company providing that class of services for any of the IOC in the country. So there was understandably some hesitation. Therefore, although the board of NNPC has approved that the contract be awarded to us, for 7 months, that directive did not carry out. Of course, I did not rest on my own end. I followed up at every level. Eventually, the contract was reluctantly signed and awarded to us. Securing the facility to fund the construction of the boats took another few months. Subsequently, we signed a building contract with Riemen Shipyard, and payments were scheduled for 6 milestones, each activated by a surveyor certificate. Riemen Shipyard said to me, "Greg, we will build this boat for you at our shipyard in Cape Town, South Africa. Cape Town is closer to Nigeria, and it will be relatively cheaper than building it in Holland." It took 24 months to build the boat, and when we were to launch it into the water, we took it through a street to the waterfront. So there was much talk about it in the local news. The press reported that a Nigerian company had built a first-of-its-kind boat in Cape Town, and the whole street was shut down for the boat to pass 2 miles to the waterfront. After the boat had been launched, an elaborate ceremony was held to commission it. For the commissioning, we moved about 30 people from Nigeria to Cape Town because it was history being made in the Nigerian maritime industry. Then, we had people from Total, Paris, NNPC, headquarters, NAPIM's, Ministry of Transport, First Bank representatives, and others. We had a great celebration in Cape Town. At the end of the commissioning ceremony, while I was still excited, the director of Riemen Shipyard in Africa My good friend, Mr. Renier Van Herre, called me aside, congratulated, and then informed me that Damien Shipyard would have to keep the boat until the last milestone payment was made. It turned out that the bank has not made that payment. I thought it was a joke. We had moved crewmen to Cape Town who were to sail the boat to Nigeria. After a few days of coming to terms with the cold reality, I told some of the high-profile people that came for the commissioning. They said, well, Greg, you have to find a way to sort it out. And everybody left. I took my team back to Nigeria and left the boat flying the Nigerian flag in Cape Town stranded. Then I began another round of struggle. The bank said there was a downturn in the industry and that Central Bank of Nigeria had come with a regulation that loans should not be granted anymore. I knew I was in trouble. I went to NIMASA and explained everything to them, hoping they would be able to help, but nothing positive came from them. Everywhere I turned was a dead end, and it seems there was no hope in sight. Then I wrote to the Senate Committee on Marine Transport. The chairman of the committee was Senator Gbemi Saraki. To my amazement, within 7 days of writing the letter, which I sent by DHL, Senator Saraki had forwarded same to the Director General of NIMASA, and also instructing him to act fast because a Nigerian ship was stranded in Cape Town. According to her, the ship was flying the Nigerian flag, and it was the first of its kind. Unfortunately, still nothing happened. Being hard-pressed, I once again went to the bank and told them to find a way to fund it, as they had already committed so much money. And because of that, it was difficult for anybody else to step in. Subsequently, the bank decided to call an emergency board meeting over the matter in the last week of December 2009. At STARS, part of our culture is the weekly Monday morning prayer section. The idea is to spend time praying for God's blessings over the efforts of the new week. Complementing that is a Thanksgiving service on a Friday in December every year. So we always have an organization that prays. We took time to pray on that matter. Something had to give. On the Thursday before our Thanksgiving service, the board of First Bank sat to deliberate on the issue. Half the board members opposed the idea of going ahead with the payments, while the other half voted for the bank to make the payments. There was a stalemate, and the vote of the managing director was going to be the deciding one. I am convinced it was by God's intervention and grace that Mr. Bisi Onasanya, the managing director at that time, voted that the bank should go ahead to complete the transaction. It was that very day, Thursday of the board meeting, that I got the good news. My joy can only be imagined. And when I broke the news to all the staff during the Thanksgiving service. The next day, everyone was overjoyed and jubilated. Immediately after Christmas, we headed back to Cape Town to finalize the movement of the boats to Nigeria. Everybody suggested we should use a Dutch crew to sail the boat from Cape Town to Nigeria, as opposed to my decision to use an all-Nigerian crew. But I put my foot down. We were confident we could sail the boat from Cape Town to Nigeria. The builder guarantee was to be valid only if the shipyard used a screw to sail the boat to Nigeria. Nevertheless, I told them I was ready to take the risk. In the 24 months that it took to construct the boat, I had been actively sourcing for and recruiting the right people to run it. 6 months before the completion, I sent Engineer Francis Obo, who was to be the chief engineer, to Cape Town to be part of the boat building and completion. Obo is now the Assistant General Manager, Technical and Operations at Stars Investments. A month before the boat's completion, I sent Captain Charles Orioye, the gentleman that was to be the captain of the vessel, to be part of the trial and to get acquainted with the operation of the boat. In view of its unique azimuth stern drive, ASD design, that journey from Cape Town to Lagos took 13 days, and it was incident-free. They arrived in Nigeria on the 9th of February 2010 to a tremendous welcome. Sadly, my father died on the same day at the ripe old age of 98. Like any normal human would feel, I had a mixture of joy and extreme sadness. It was a sweet, sour feeling. Joy at finally accomplishing history in Nigeria, in my chosen sphere of endeavor. Sadness at the cold departure of the premier and foremost icon of hope in my life, my first role model. During the commissioning ceremony in One, Rivers State, we had all the top shots from Total, NNPC, First Bank, and other government agencies, stakeholders, and members of the press. In my welcome address, this was what I said. This is a challenge for me as a person, a challenge for Stars Investments, and a challenge for Nigeria. Because this is the first opportunity a Nigerian company is having to operate an offshore, wholly cabotage complaint vessel in this field. Acquiring the boat is only a small part of the job. Taking it out to the field and using it to do the work that the client wants to do is satisfactory. Without incidents and accidents, it is another kettle of fish. I assure you the Stars will give it all it takes to ensure that the client is not disappointed. Privately, I let my team know that all eyes would be on us, and any little mistake would be magnified. So we had to be careful and cautious. The team assured me that it would work efficiently and be thorough in its operations. And that was how Star's investment emerged in the offshore business. Zero downtime. As we commenced and progressed on our field operations, the crew performance was regularly commended by the clients. The particularly glaring element was that our reputation for not having downtimes also grew. 12 months later, Total contacted us to congratulate us for operating a ship for 12 months without any downtime nor any lost time injury. This made me really proud. For the next 4 years, we had zero downtime and zero lost time injury in the operations of that ship. That feat had remained a record in the country, considering all the things that could have gone wrong. Suddenly, all the oil companies started ensuring they had Star's investments in their bidders list for every vessel tender. Our fleet size began to grow, and things had progressed well. Chapter 16, a structure and culture for Stars. Management guru and best-selling American author Simon Sinek was the one who said, "Corporate culture matters." How management chooses to treat its people impacts everything for better or for worse. I have always believed that employees and how they are organized to maximize their potential drive growth in a business or suppress it. When I had one ship, my first ship, I had a structure comparable to that of a big company. I was the chairman or chief executive. I had a general manager, a technical manager, an operations manager, and an HSE manager. I had all this management position for one ship. Perhaps that was partly due to the fact that I had my eyes set on winning more contracts and growing my fleet. Often, when you are bidding for contracts from certain organizations, as a requirement, it is for you to present your management structure. The thought behind that is to assess your organization's ability to handle the contracts you are bidding for. With one ship, I did not need more than 3 contracts personnel, including me, to run it. That way, I could maximize my profits and reduce my overheads. At the same time, I had to organize the company in a way that could convince potential clients that we were organized and structured enough to handle their assignments, no matter how wealthy they were. This helped us a lot. More importantly, it was our ability to deliver as promised that stood us out many times. As we continued to do this, our reputation made it easier for Star's investments to be considered for more contracts and to attract partnerships and investments. For some time now, Helios investment partners have been collaborating with Stars to finance major projects that our company has embarked on. They worked with us to pay for a 3,307 newly built security patrol vessel, which was delivered to Stars for a 2-year contract with Mobil. The future of the maritime industry in Nigeria is uncertain. There is no good outlook for the oil industry worldwide, and this weighs heavily on the industry. The smart thing to do is to diversify to other areas of the economy, whatever the case. I always tell my team that difficult situations, such as the one the industry is experiencing at present, calls for understanding individuals and an organization to rise up and turn things around for the benefits of others. I tell them that our organization should be the finest to survive the ongoing crisis. The IOC reaction to the slump in oil price has been to reduce their quota, cut down on their businesses, and identify how they can align their activities to the reality of the time. So, they are constantly laying off staff, renegotiating prices, and reducing the number of contracts issued out. In our case, one of the 4 contracts we had running was stopped. Nevertheless, new contracts with different terms have been advertised, and we've been asked to submit quotes for new tenders. It is evident that they are trying to recognize their businesses in such a way that they only have a critical number of vessels to keep them operational. The good news is they've kept stars in play, and apparently this is due to our reputation as a company that gives them the best services. This is a privilege I never take for granted. Some companies had several vessels, but they are all gone now because of the downturn in business. But we are still here, and one must never take that for granted. Even though things are extremely difficult for the maritime industry in Nigeria at the moment, I believe there must always be one man standing when everything goes down. I want to be that man, to stand when every other one is falling. This requires the grace of God, hard work, consistency, integrity, and quality service delivery. One of the greatest desires is to ensure that Nigerians are deployed in every sphere of our business activities. When we commenced the ship repair yard, I was driving the project as the managing director, but I employed 4 expatriates in key positions because of the art of the ship repairing was novel to our society. But within a 4-year period, I had sufficiently trained Nigerians to take over from 2 of the expatriates. A few years down the line, we were able to completely Nigerianize the entire establishment. Star's investment, right from inception, was envisioned and structured to be run entirely by Nigerians. As the company grew, it continued to upgrade, develop the skill, knowledge, and qualifications of the Nigerian workforce to be able to cope with the job well. This is particularly important because Nigeria has a population of about 200 million people, with most of them being youths. At STARS, creating jobs for as many as we can is our little contribution towards developing the country. We intend to continue to work towards taking Nigerian youth off the streets, to reduce their tendency to veer off into antisocial pursuits with adverse consequences to themselves, family, and society. We are proud of being an indigenous company with 100% Nigerian content, yet doing business at an international level. I have observed that in this country, the common practice is for operators in the maritime industry and, in fact, other industries to showcase expatriate staff in order to attract clientele and patronage. But how does this culture help us develop local content, create jobs for Nigerians, and save money? If you take one of our ships, for instance, to employ an expatriate staff will cost about $10,000 per month. With many companies, what many companies do is hire the expatriate staff and pay such a large sum. Whereas, if they were to hire a Nigerian to do the same job, they will pay him peanuts, even if he were to deliver the same quality as the foreigner. This is terrible. The policy we have at STARS is to try and remunerate our Nigerian crew based on international standard as much as possible. This motivates and makes them proud. I am aware of the notion that Nigerians cannot be relied upon to produce quality service. I disagree with that stereotype because all the Nigerians at STARS have been fantastic. At STARS, we do everything possible to expose our staff to local and international levels. The idea is to put them in situations where they can interact with the best in the industry and develop confidence to compete at a world-class level. I make bold to say that STARS is considered as the #1 maritime company in Nigeria. We are not the biggest, but in terms of service delivery and quality of work, the IOC believes STARS is the #1 company. In evaluating, unlike some of our local businesses, the multinationals are looking for world-class service delivery, and they have concluded that STARS offers that. It has always worked in our favor that we are a Nigerian company doing business with the international community at a global standard. Do not forget that by law, the Nigerian Content Act requires that IOC shows the evidence of Nigerian content in their business. So, they go out of their way to recruit us to demonstrate compliance. I believe in the capability and capacity of Nigerians to work and excel. Every worker at STARS has my respect. I do not look down on any of them. They are as good as other professionals in different parts of the world. I have tried to structure STARS to adopt this belief as a culture and to ensure that the business constantly has a supply of competent indigenous professionals. Every person in STARS has my respect, and when we work together, we work very well. I'm always looking out for talents that can be groomed. In 5 minutes, I can assess and tell you which area we could use you and to what extent within the organization. There are those with latent talent that could be developed and after a while become the experts in charge. We have mentorship programs in place where captains help train captains of tomorrow and managers do the same. This is why I do not have any fear that this company will go under. Like I did from the start, I continue to invest appreciable resources in my staff. My preferred managerial style is to develop close relationship with staff and to mentor as many of them as possible. I try not to withhold information or knowledge because I want others to be able to manage the businesses in my absence. As much as possible, I also try to avoid recruiting family members. Many Nigerian businesses have collapsed because of family ties and influences. I think that in our environment, it is best to hire people that can be easily held accountable and engaged without sentiment. If you do that and put in place structures and systems that are efficient, you will have a good chance of building a successful business. Part of putting up a good structure is having a capable board of directors. I've been able to put in place a strong and vibrant board consisting of great personalities whose skills, training, and resources add value to the company. This is very important. Today, I manage the company, but when it comes to policies that affect the businesses, I depend on the board to sort things out. Such structure help to ensure continuity and succession. There are instances where the death of a founder of a company automatically signifies its collapse. Safeguards and measures put in place can prevent such occurrences. At Stars, if I need funds for any expenses, I put in a request like any other employee. I do not exercise power arbitrarily, and I do not dip hand into the company purse just because I am the managing director. Some must approve my request for money before I can get it. My daughter, who is the COO of the company, also has prominence and prestige over things. She sits on the board of other companies in the group. Her role is more or less coordinating, taking the skills of everybody and ensuring they are in tandem with the desired results. Entrepreneurship. My chief finance officer is a high-level accounting and finance professional. It cost me a lot to recruit him. When we are discussing cash flow, financial projections, and other accounting issues, he quite often stops and asks if I read accounting, and I always tell him I didn't. It is the same way people ask me if I read HR or logistics, and so on. No, I didn't study any of those things, but I started my business as what Nigerians like to call a one-man business. Now, it is an experience that helped me learn a lot of things on the job. I am also glad that I was able to make observations that encouraged me to adopt certain business principles and practices. First of all, I was quick to see that we are in a business environment where the system makes you default to statutory obligations. There is no ease of doing business here, and that has been so for quite a while. So, being in business in Nigeria means that at every turn, one must encounter situations where one needs to either compromise, forge documents, or lie just to get something that is your right. However, I realized early that if I started to compromise there would be no end to it. I had to get ready to stay on the narrow path for the rest of my business life. This made me develop a self-imposed mantra of no compromise. I decided from the onset to always go through due process and wait it out rather than doing anything against the law that could haunt me or the business later. I began to see the environment I was in and set my own standard of doing things. That included recruiting people. I cannot be influenced by the fact that you are my brother or my sister and compromise the quality of staff I need for the job I need to do. In this regard, I set standard for myself and for the company too. I realized that I might be an excellent marine engineer, but I am not an accountant, lawyer, HR personnel, or administrator. So, from an early stage, I engaged professionals in these respective aspects of my business. At the time, I could only employ O&D accountants to keep the books, but I always had an external auditor that did the book from day one. As the business grew, I employed more skilled and experienced hands. That is how we grew until we now have top-grade professionals from the best universities in the country and overseas. Also, we have retained law firms. This means that while I'm the business focal person and the chief promoter of the organization, I know I do not have all the answer, and I never pretend that I do. Up until now, I have operated what I call management by consultation. We regularly sit around the table in a semi-cycle fashion to brainstorm on issues. This way, I've been able to instill that inclusive style in all my management staff down the line. You do not sit down on your own, make a decision, and push it down people's throats. You have to involve them. If you visit stars and talk to any of our staff, they will tell you that there is no such thing as management secrets. My doors are open all the time, and you do not need an appointment to come in. Very soon, I will be resigning as the Chief Executive Officer of Stars Investment. I will just be a non-executive chairman. At my age, that is what one should. I have paid my dues, and I will only be slowing down younger people if I do not hands off. And I have insisted on it. All I have insisted on is that they keep paying my salary. I recently engaged FBN trustees because I am establishing a living trust where all my businesses are going so that even long after I am gone, these businesses will stay alive. Whilst I'm still alive, I want to plan how things will happen when I am not around. By doing so, I am guaranteeing a future for my present employees, and they are aware of the trustee coming to sit on the board. For me, corporate governance must never be compromised. I believe same for corporate integrity. You must never cut corners. Do not cheat your clients or try to do anything unethical. I say it always, and people around me know this. No contract or opportunity is too important for us to mortgage our conscience or compromise and put our integrity at stake for. If it comes to that, let it go. Some bad staff of clients might approach you for a deal to cheat their employers. Even employees of government organizations do that. Whenever we see such people, we turn them down. We tell them to keep their contracts, and in extreme cases, I tell them I'm going to have to report the issue to the organization. My reputation in the industry is that if you want to make money dubiously, do not go to stars. But if you want a good job, go to them. Another thing I've observed in business is that there is a tendency for employees to attempt to win favors through gossips. The idea is to make themselves look good while making others look bad. But you will hardly see this at stars because I try hard to discourage it. If Mr. A comes to my office to discuss issues involving others, what I do is ask if he has engaged the person in question directly. If he says no, that he just came to tell me confidentially, I will pick up the phone and call the person concerned. Right there and then, I would ask Mr. A to repeat what he said in the presence of the person. It is a lay everything on the table approach. There is no point gossiping, just confront the issue. The consequences of that is people tend to confront themselves and the issue. I believe this is healthy for any organization. Unfortunately, some business owners go out of their way to cut those who will give them information about happening in their businesses through office gossip. Chapter 17. My standard traits and lessons in business. I believe that God has a purpose for each of us, and our purpose are meant to lead to success. But a lot of circumstances in our life and other factors determine how we turn out, because God has given us free will. They were the power to choose. My life has been destined by God. Even though the mistakes I made are not God's fault or will, they were my own wrong decisions. Nevertheless, despite my many mistakes, He continues to bring me back to the right path and ensure I fulfill the destiny He has for me. I believe these apply to most people. Patience and focus. Patience and focus have been important traits that helped me in business over the years. I do not know how I acquired them, but they had been critical for me in developing plans, pursuing opportunities, building structure, relating with people, and managing system and employees. I get invited by Share to give motivational talk to young people. And I say to them, if you take me as a case study, it took me 34 years to get to where I am in business today. That means I needed to be patient and focus on every idea I had. I have had to keep my eyes on the ball and know when not to be distracted by temporary things like quick money that can derail one. Integrity, honor, and principles. I've had to be ready to face challenges and obstacles that otherwise could discourage me. knowing that if I stayed steadfast, I would overcome them and move to the next level. So you need to preserve and be persistent. Envisioning. Another critical factor that has helped me in business is vision. Be it to set up a shipyard or buy a ship. I had to envision before realizing them. For every vision you have, you need people to key into it to help make it happen. Your workers are probably the most important assets in your business ventures. So the way you recognize that and make them understand it is key to the success of your business. I have a long-term vision of my business, and it has helped me a lot over the years. I believe that one business should not be for one generation only. You should have young Nigerians you are mentoring, so that after you've done your bit and build up all the reputation and success that you have, there will be those who can carry on. You want to, in later years, sit back and watch your business continuing in the line with your dreams and vision. Right now, I am embarking on an expansion project for the shipyard. We have just sent out requests and proposals to transaction advisors. This project is estimated to be about $150 million to expand the shipyard beyond anything that currently exists in West Africa. At my age, it is apparent I am not doing this myself for money or reputation. I am doing that for the next generation and the generation yet unborn. So, walk through life should be continuous. And your thought process should not end with you and your family. By extension, it should be about the future generation and your country. I have found out that if one has that kind of mindset, you will find partners in three sets of entities: God, serious-minded individuals, and serious-minded companies. Knowledge. Right from a young age, I desire to be the best, and I realize that knowledge is key to that. I was not aspiring to be the best so that people could clap for me. I was aspiring to be the best because I felt like that is the only option for anyone keen on becoming successful. If I was going to do something at all, why shouldn't I be the best? That is the mentality I have always had. With that, I ensured that I knew as much as I could of everything. In school, I studied hard. At shares, I studied marine engineering. And in life, and live very well. And it was not limited to what we were taught. It was limited to where I could find. When Share announced my scholarship and we are doing all the aptitude tests, I have never heard about marine engineering. I did not know what it meant. So I went to the British Council in Benin to look for books on marine engineering. A marine engineer is one of the most versatile human beings you will ever meet. A ship is like an hotel. You have air conditioning, domestic water. Water is generated on the ship using steam evaporators, electric wirings, electrical devices, and so on. People often look up to the marine engineers to fix problems related to those. A ship does not carry electricians, air conditioner repairers, or other technicians. So that meant I needed to learn and understand a lot of things. The problem we have today is that many people are not hungry for knowledge. They just want to have money, and even then, many who want money are not willing to learn about how money works. When you tell people that knowledge is power, they do not understand that. What they understand is money is power. When my general manager comes to my office, he comes with a notebook and pen. One of my managers said to me, "It is only a foolish person that will waste anything that comes out of your mouth. If you commit to being knowledgeable, you will not even realize you are having a positive impact on the people around you." Knowledge has been essential to me in my career and business. Once I'm about to embark on a new project, I dig in. I study the subject hard to the extent I start feeling like the most knowledgeable person on it. The good thing is that it did not begin recently. I had this mentality as a young boy in Enugu. At the beginning of STARS, I was a managing director, accountant, administrator, driver, and everything. I did those until I brought people in. After I brought them in, I worked with them at every levels to ensure the smooth running of things. I had to engage with everyone and get involved in all areas of the business. So I had to learn a lot of things in a short period of time. One way I did this was by asking a lot of questions. I asked each person to explain to me what they were doing and why they did what they did. I've never gone for any special business course, but I have learned a lot on the job. I also learn a lot by reading. Now, do not get me wrong. I am not in any way a bookaholic. You will hardly catch me reading novels or general subject books, but I do read a lot of professional books. I think God has blessed me with a knack for picking up things quickly and being able to think critically. Or perhaps one learns them over time. Open-mindedness. Being opened and straightforward has helped me a lot in business. I do not mean this in a naive, vulnerable kind of way. I mean not taking myself too seriously, not posing as a big man, not being unapproachable. By God's grace, I have been able to build some wealth, and I am not obsessed with flaunting it. When you are open, people trust you. They know that there are no hidden agenda. In my office, I apologize to all my workers very regularly, so they forgive me because I apologize. If I shout or quarrel with anyone at the office and I realize I was wrong, I will go back, admit, and apologize publicly. That is my reputation. They know that I am an open person with no hidden agenda. I've never moved around with any security personnel. I've lived in Port Harcourt for 37 years, and a lot of the big wigs in town are people I knew as boys when they were in school. Yet, I do not go around flaunting that. What would be the justifiable reason to do so? To prove that I know 2 governors of Rivers State? My houses in Port Harcourt and Benin have open fences. I can jump into my car and drive to the supermarket and back. Quite often, when I am taking a stroll down the street, which I do a lot, people come close to say hi, and we talk a bit. I think there is something they see that makes them feel comfortable to do that. I believe we should all be that accessible, no matter how successful, famous, wealthy, or influential we think we are. If people can come close to you and talk to you freely, they will do anything for you. And that helps in the business sector. I go around our office complex and feed sometimes. And I look at people's faces and I ask, what is the problem? Are you all right? You don't look good. At times, I hold the person's hand playfully and he tells me what the issue is. Many times, those issues moves me. Quite often, if it is a right or an entitlement in the company, I help to ensure the person gets what is due. If it is something personal, I could send money. It is amazing how $10,000 could change someone's world. God has blessed me with wealth, but I do not have a stack of money sitting somewhere in my account. That is not necessary for my needs to be met. I believe that till I die, my need will always be met. The establishment I have will be able to take care of that. So I do not need to have billions in the account. Instead, I let money do the work of establishing things that will take care of me in old age. I told some consultants I called in some time recently to structure the business and my finance that at 70, I do not want to own anything. At that age, every fund should grow the businesses. My holidays are paid for, food is paid for, vehicles are paid for, and anything I want is paid for. So why do I need to stack money somewhere? It is a poverty mentality that makes people do that. A lot of people have stashed money in different parts of the world, only to have the money stuck there. Money that could have been used to develop or build something others could benefit from, gets trapped in a foreign land. That is unwise. This is why I am putting together a trust and transferring all my shares to the trust and giving instruction on how the money should be used. The charities I support, the people whose education I fund, and so many other initiatives that relies on me must never be deprived. All these efforts should not stop because I want to stack money somewhere. I am not someone given to the unnecessary acquisition of properties. I have a house in Benin and Port Harcourt, and that is it. My apartment in Lagos is rented, and I am a coward when it comes to maintaining houses. One house is a nightmare. Do not talk of maintaining many houses. And I would not want anybody to start selling my properties after I am gone. I would rather that property is generating revenue to support people from generation to generation. Very often, even up to today, I go around my house, and when I see things that have been lying there for 1 or 2 years, I ask that they be given to people who need them. Sadly, a lot of we Nigerians are hoarders. We're hoarders. We like to hold on to things, whether we need them or not. Why don't you give that unused thing away? Some people need them. If we practice this often, we would become givers. And that is a very good thing, because the only way you get is by giving. Knowing how to hedge risks. What is obvious from some of my failed business decisions was that I was not experienced enough to know how to manage my own optimism. I saw the opportunity to take the business to a higher level, and that was my focus. But in taking the business to a higher level, I took some risks which I did not even know were risks. For instance, at the point when I was signing the purchase agreement for the catamaran crew boat, which made me pay the 10% deposit, which was raised by selling all my assets, it made sense to do that because the assets were lying redundant and there were gluts in the market. In hindsight, if I had had the experience, I would not have signed a purchase agreement which necessitates me paying that 10% until I had gotten a written commitment from the bank that they were going to sort out the 90% payment. I did not know I needed to do that because I believed the bank and took their word for it. Unfortunately, till today, the bank never paid that money. I could not go after the bank because there was no written commitment from them on which I could have taken action. My account officer then ended up being the managing director of the bank that let me down. And when we meet now, he always says, "Greg, I don't know how you bounce back, but that was a bad experience you had, and I am sorry." Knowing how to hedge one risk is critical in business. The outcome of taking a risk without thinking it through can be catastrophic. People say that successful entrepreneurs are risk takers, and I agree, but the risks must be appropriately assessed and carefully taken. Taking risks recklessly can destroy a business and its owner. Nevertheless, passivity and overcautiousness can also be as damaging. There is no way I could have accomplished anything in business if I did not dare to step out of my comfort zone many times and take risks. The reality is that while you may strike the ball and either miss or score, if you do not strike the ball at all, you will never score a goal. Mentors, friends, and partners. Read-A-Thon. There is no self-made man. My story, as you would have observed in this book, is the story of many people who provided me with leverages that helped me succeed. This is quite vivid in my business. I could never have amounted to anything without the help, counsel, and support of many people at different stages of growth. One person who illustrates that in this life is Read-A-Thon. an exceedingly rare kind of human being. He was always positive, no matter what was going on around him. He was a workaholic, yet he always gave attention to others and had a knack for bringing out the best in people. It did not matter the business idea you have. Read-A-Thon will sit down with you, brainstorm, and help to get your ideas off the ground. Read-A-Thon made the shipyard dream happen for me. It was a seed of $20,000 and then bringing people on board that made things click. His home was always open to people. I never knew how they managed to accommodate everyone. If you went to his office, there was always a crowd. He had all sorts of business opportunities. But everything was always about helping people start. He set up many industries and businesses, but he did not do so because he wanted to make money. He just wanted to make people fulfill their destiny. Read-A-Thon was my mentor par excellence. We were remarkably close for a few reasons, including the fact that he also attended Edo College. He always believed that there is a giant in the room that is dormant and that he could bring out the giant out of people. The tenure of Read-A-Thon as managing director of NNPC was excellent. He groomed a lot of people who subsequently became managing directors and top position holders in the organizations. He also created a succession plan that carried on until recently when ethics and political consideration came into play. He was a professional to the core. I was devastated by the news of his death, not only because of what he meant to me, but also because I had seen him a few days before he died. He came to Port Harcourt on a business visit with a white friend and colleague of his, and I went to see him in a guest house where he stayed. We had a great time together. A couple of days later, he was going to Lagos, sitting in the aircraft when he had a crisis. I think food went down from his stomach to his lungs, and by the time they landed in Lagos, he was rushed to the hospital, but he never made it. I saw it on the news first, but I did not believe it. The world has lost a gem. It is impossible for me to forget Read-A-Thon. He would always live in my memory until I go to join him wherever he is. We still have sweet memories of him because his wife, Riemen, is a member of our board. John Lester. I have said a lot about John Lester already, but not enough can ever be said about that great man. He is still a shareholder at Stars, even though he has passed on. I went to his funeral in 2019, and we have contacted his daughter to know what to do with his shares in the company. He came to Nigeria a couple of times for board meetings, and on a few occasions, and he hosted us in his house for a board meeting with the directors. He was very much attuned to the Nigerian culture because he used to come to Nigeria a lot and he loved this country. Both of us worked and traveled together a lot. We went to Ukraine once to inspect a floating dock workshop when planning the shipyard. It was a place called Mykolaiv. We spent 3 days there. That was my first time going to Ukraine. I will never forget that trip with John Lester. Every time I was in the UK with my family, we stayed with John and Barbara, or we stayed in a hotel around them. Chapter 18, Project Progress. Life is never still. It moves like tides, and time and seasons. This season, for me, I believe, is to invest more than ever before in my country and the people God brings around me. At the moment, I have 3 major projects I am driving. The first is the STARS Shipyard Expansion Project. I have spoken about it a bit in this book. For 20 years, we have been operating the shipyard using a floating dock. Recall that ours is the first privately owned indigenous ship repair yard in Nigeria. Over time, the company has built a positive reputation in the industry to the extent that we are having ship owners from within and outside the country to bring their ships to our shipyards for repair. With time, a number of our clients began to agitate for us to enhance our capacity. So about 6 years ago, I began to look at the various capacity development options that would be viable and sustainable in our kind of environment. In line with this, I've done a lot of work with teams in Holland, South Africa, and the United States, trying to arrive at the best option. Finally, I arrived at what we consider the best developmental plan for the shipyard. The facility we are putting together will increase the lifting capacity of the shipyard from where we are. 500-ton capacity to 7,500-ton capacity. That was informed by the desire to be able to dry dock every conceivable size of offshore service boats operating in the West African sub-region. So that just as Nigerians are taking ships operating in Nigeria to countries for repair, people from other countries can come to our shipyard for services as well. These facilities we are establishing using the ship lift and ship transfer system will enable us to carry out repairs on 6 to 10 ships simultaneously. The expanded shipyard will incorporate the capacity to build new ships completely. By the time we are done with our plan, we should be able to build new ships in Onne River State. My dream is to help this country to be self-sufficient in the area of ship repair and ship building. Of the 800 or more ships operating in the country, not one was built here. And about 85% of the ships operating in this country go for ship repair in yards outside the country. It is important to my industry and my country. So acquiring the capacity to build ships in Nigeria is not an ego trip for me. Embedded in it are job opportunities, capacity building, skill transfer, stemming off of capital flight, and generation of foreign exchange. The project offers the possibility of Nigeria becoming the maritime hub of the West African sub-region. So, I am throwing in everything I have into driving this initiative to ensure its actualization. We are in the process of procuring an international transaction advisor to work with us from start to commissioning. And this is expected to take up to 30 months. We are taking the concept on a road show and making presentations to relevant Nigerian maritime agencies, IMASA, NPA, NCDMB, Bank of Industry, BIO, LNNG, and so on. Because these are potential beneficiaries of the project. The early indication we have so far are that they are in a hurry to support the project and see it come to fruition. Very soon, we will open the bid submitted by international prospective transaction advisors, and we are going to carry out the bid evaluation as part of the process of eventually procuring the transaction advisor, which would work with us. This is the first major milestone of actualizing the project. The second project I am neck deep into is identical to the first. I have discussed this project under my involvement with the government. It is the planned Gelegele Port, now known as Benin City Center Port, which will be an agro-allied port focusing on handling, importing, and exporting of agricultural commodities, as well as general cargoes and the likes. If the port could be linked to the Lagos port as a feeder and a lightning port, then the chances are that it would be a very viable port. The Edo State Governor appointed me as the chairman of the Benin City River Port Project Technical Committee, BRP-PTC. We are about halfway through procuring a technical advisor for the project. Coincidentally, my shipyard expansion project is identical to the port project because a ship repair yard is a port to repair ships. The Edo State project is about building a port to bring in and take out cargoes. So, I am enjoying these two projects because they are aligned with my training, interests, and passion. Each of the projects run into many hundreds of millions of dollars each. The third project I am working on at the moment fascinates me a lot. 3 years ago, it occurred to me that owners of high-end vehicles in many parts of Nigeria find it difficult to get their vehicles repaired. Like you probably know, Nigerians love big luxurious cars, and I am one of those who do. Call it my indulgence. Maintenance of the type of vehicles I am talking about cannot be left to roadside mechanics who are not conversant with the modern car repair technology. So, I went to the USA, as most imported cars are from the US, and visited a few car repair facilities. I began to develop the idea of setting up a world-class automobile repair company in Nigeria. I was in Beirut, Lebanon, and realized I could buy a lot of vehicle maintenance equipment at reasonable prices. After copious research, I spent over $250,000 in buying various vehicle repair equipment. Just at the point of establishing the repair center in Port Harcourt, I realized that I needed to also do something for my people in Edo State. Given that, I choose to site the repair center in Benin. Presently, construction has started on the site in Benin, and I am hoping we can commission the Diverse Auto Care Center, which will be a state-of-the-art shop on my 70th birthday, 11th February 2021. We have a 10-year lease on the site where we are setting up in Benin, and we hope to extend the lease tenure once we commence operation. Some transaction advisors are working on a business plan and feasibility studies already so that we can get it right from day one. We have already identified a qualified and experienced Nigerian professional to manage the business. We'll be hiring graduates with sound ICT expertise who will be trained in automobile repair, as the plant is to be highly IT driven. The plan is to affiliate the center with the Benin City Technical College so that the automobile department of the college can use the center for the students' industrial and practical training. This will provide a location for the students to have their industrial, technical, and youth service program. So, the idea of the automobile workshop is not just about repairing cars and making money. I want to use it to create a high-level technical training platform for the college. I am also working on establishing an endowment fund to set up an Institute of Maritime Technology at the Edo State Polytechnic, Hussein. I am working with the rector to look at the modalities of doing this. The idea is that while we are building the port in the next 3 years, let us start creating a platform for imparting the basic skill sets required to work at the port. If I have a choice, the bulk of the beneficiaries of that training should come from the communities around the area where the port will be built. Therefore, we are looking at the syllabus required, the subject to be taken, the lecturers, the accreditation bodies, the Nigerian Board for Technical Education, and so on. These are the things keeping me busy right now. Section 6, the maritime industry and businesses. Chapter 19, the maritime industry. A background. Nigeria has a giant maritime sector with a massive volume of import and export trade presently running into trillions of naira annually. However, it would surprise and undoubtedly baffle any outsider to discover that as of today, Nigeria does not possess a single ship for international trading, whether private, public, or private-public partnership owned. This status quo is a direct pointer to the countless ways Nigeria unwittingly demonstrates prodigality with its vast human, natural, and capital resources, as signified by the inability to manage its commonwealth judiciously. and to set its priorities right. The current narrative of the country, not only participating in global trading with owned ship, was not always the case. Back in the early 70s, Nigerian National Shipping Company was not participating in global trading with owned ship. The Nigerian National Shipping Line, NNSL, thrives immensely. Interestingly, the company was, as at then, 100% Nigerian owned. Though its administrative headquarters was at the Development House in Apapa, Wharf, the building is still standing. Its operational headquarters was in Liverpool, UK. The latter was headed by expatriates who had full control of all technical and operational aspects of the business. The efficiency of the expatriates at running the NNSL no doubt accounted for the company's success. At NNSL, priority was given to manpower development and training. As a matter of fact, NNSL had a tastefully built British standard hostel in Liverpool for its cadets, who attended various maritime institutions in the UK. The training at NNSL was arguably equivalent to the one obtained at Shell BP or Shell Tankers, UK. Among satisfying certain requirements for engagement, the NNSL cadet sat for 2 mandatory qualifying examinations here in Nigeria. Successful cadets were afterward sent to Liverpool, from where they were put on board the ship. At Liverpool, many of us Nigerians from Shell BP were classmates with those from NNSL, and we proudly identified with one another. One from the private sector and the other public. The training for NNSL staff was so immense and organized that at the time the company went under in the 90s, all its principal officers, chief engineers, and captains were Nigerians. In those days, the NNSL was also cardinal source of training for seamen of the Nigerian Merchant Navy. From inception up until the 80s, the Nigerian National Shipping Line was the main platform for shipping activities in the country, particularly as it related to global trading. Nigeria, being both a major importer and exporter of crude, was also actively involved in exporting agricultural commodities to different parts of the world. But never participated in crude oil exports. Naturally, therefore, NNSL was already strategically positioned to efficiently compete in the import and export trade of crude oil. The NNSL was well on that beneficial economic part had been generated. A lot of jobs which helped to boost the Nigerian economy substantially. Currently, this led to immense skill development in the national maritime sector, providing world-class mariners and seafarers. Some of them are still alive today. A quick digression at this point. I have vivid memories of that significant maritime Nigerian government scandal known as the Smith Armada. This occurred when in 1974, some government agencies in the country simultaneously began importing millions of tons of cement in shiploads, owing to the several massive government construction projects going on around the nation simultaneously. These ships, about a staggering 400 at a point, anchored off the Lagos port for up to 3 months or more before being able to discharge their cargoes. Of course, by the time the cement stayed that long in the hulls of the waiting vessels, most of it had caked. The ship owners were making a fortune, claiming on demand, whilst importer of the cement were claiming for damages. The government who took responsibilities for these claims were bleeding, and the country was losing. Personally, it was always a sight to watch the hundreds of ships at the wharves whenever I traveled to Lagos. Aside from the Nigerian government mishandling the cement importation, the shipping community around the world took advantage of the situation once they became aware of what was happening in the Nigerian space. Many international companies readily offered to ship down here. These merchants knew their businesses. They knew their ship would remain anchored at the Lagos port for a protracted period, which naturally made more demand. In any case, the cargo was already paid for, so they could not care less what happened to it. Their part was to ship the merchandise. How those international companies pulled it off still baffles me till date. Regrettably, Nigerians lost a lot of money in the process. The loss Nigerians sustained through Smith Armada was so monumental that it was a burning national issue at that time. No doubt, Nigeria had the money from the oil boom, but unwisely kept filtering it away. After I left the share BP and started working with Ocean Inchcape Limited Oil, I began to take cognizance of opportunities in the maritime sector, which Nigerians living in the UK could take advantage of. I knew, but many individuals who wanted to come to Nigeria. So, I advised them to apply to maritime school in the UK. After their schooling, some of them got jobs in Nigeria, left the UK, and joined the Nigerian maritime industry. In ways like this, the Nigerian content in the oil and gas, maritime, and shipping sector grew gradually, ascending to significant positions on the corporate ladder of the British company. However, their NNSL counterpart was not so lucky. The NNSL, unfortunately, as a government-owned shipping line, and much like everything government, was plagued by a lot of issues and excesses. There was not much in terms of commitments, and whether they traded profitably or not, everybody got paid a salary. I would not hesitate to mention that a lot of personnel on board the NNSL ship saw the ship as an opportunity to engage in illegal trade. And what they christened Gbagbati. Some of them, once overseas, would buy used tires, fridge, furniture, carpets, and all sorts, and put them in the ship cargo compartment that otherwise should have been carrying cargoes which would generate revenue for the shipping line. These second-hand goods came on a steady basis into the Nigerian port, where people were already on standby to buy them in wholesale for onward resale in the Nigerian market. These unscrupulous people had immense money from this illegality. To make matter worse, the officials in the NNSL head office in Apapa became a consenting partner to this activity, such that the commitment and focus on the job became secondary. Excuse me. Unfortunately, this carried on for long, till it became a major issue in the company operations and sustainability. Unwittingly, the Nigerian government prodigiously channeled funds into NNSL operation to keep it afloat, even though the company had started running at a loss. The country was deluded because of the superfluous money from oil, and it was equally spending lavishly. Ideally, a ship is required to generate the revenue. It needs to run and maintain itself and to pay its crew. In our case, even though the Nigerian government paid cash for the ship and had them built, NNSL still could not meet most of its financial obligations, either to spare parts suppliers or in vendors in different parts of the world. Consequently, the shipping line began to owe huge sums in different parts of the world, and in no time, those creditors started to arrest NNSL vessels. Initially, because of Nigerian deep pockets, the government will plead with the creditor country and will assure them of the repayment as soon as the ship is released. But things would be fine until there was a repeat. When it became apparent that there was the unrepentant attitude of the Nigerian government, creditors became repulsed and harshly intensified. The arrest of NNSL ships around the world until it was glaring that the national line had become a liability to the country. That ultimately led to the liquidation of the NNSL in 1995, when President Olusegun Obasanjo handed over power to the first civilian government in 1979. The NNSL had 29 world-class trading ships. By the time he returned as a democratically elected president in 1999, there was none, as NNSL has been liquidated. With the liquidation of the national line, all Nigerian seafarers were thrown out of jobs. The situation was so embarrassingly ridiculous that NNLCL did not even have enough fund for their staff termination payments. As a result, quite a number of them left for different parts of the world in search of better opportunities and never returned to Nigeria. Others considered opportunities locally and remained, whereby we still have a good number of these aged world-class seafarers in Nigeria. Why we blame those who contributed to the demise of the shipping line through improper ethics in the course of duty? There were many good seafarers who were decent enough not to get involved. Some of these men are in the Association of Marine Engineers and Ship Surveyors and the Association of Master Mariners of Nigeria, which consists of captains and engineers. They are majorly my age brackets, though some are older than me. At the time I joined the oil and gas players, oil had become a major source of national revenue, with the country generating almost 100% of our GDP from the resource. The oil and gas industry that is responsible for the exploration, exploitation, and exportation of crude oil was indisputably active. Present on the scene were a number of major multifunctionals like Shell BP, Mobile Producing Nigeria, and Exo, Total, Ajib Oil at the time, Chevron, and a few others were also around. Over the years, a number of them have metamorphosed into different names due to mergers and acquisitions. These multinationals were out in the Niger Delta exploiting land, basically meaning that there were oil discoveries on shallow waters of swamps and creeks, as well as close to some shoreline offshore. At the time, the furthest exploration offshore was perhaps 20 to 50 miles deep into the ocean. Today, it is about 120 to 200 miles due to the extensive drilling in the oil region. Need for various marine assets such as tugs, barges, and other equipment utilized in exploration and exportation of oil. At the time, the ownership, management, and operators of these marine assets were 100% in the hand of foreigners. The yearning need for more, as well as a constant supply of these assets, led to the entrance of companies like Ocean Incape, Sea Truck, Zapata Marine, Tides, to name a few. This was how they came to set up shop in Nigeria. The Nigerians who involved themselves in the maritime asset at the time were into marginal jobs like AB greasers and the rest. After exploitation, most of the oil was developed and transferred to the storage terminals in Escavos for Chevron and Focados and Boni for Shell BP. There was also Ajib Oil with their terminal in offshore Bayelsa. This was the industry outlook in the 80s into the 90s. As the platform which used to train and produce Nigerian seafarers of international standard, NNSL, no longer existed. Soon, the pool of available seafarers available for employment was fast getting depleted due to increasing demand. There were no Nigerians to employ, and ship owners began to bring in foreign seafarers to operate their ships, which were operating in the Nigerian water. The step was the beginning of security exposure. These foreign seafarers were involved in all kinds of illegal deeds and atrocities. They dealt in illegal bunkering that most people knew nothing about, as well as smuggling illicit drugs and harm. Carrying out these illegalities was easy, since all principal officers, captain, chief engineer, second engineer, and chief officer were foreigners. They connived and dictated what went up aboard the ships. Today, most of the piracy and other challenges we have in our waters in the Gulf of Guinea cannot be put past these foreign seafarers. The Eastern foreign seafarers began to operate Nigerian ships, drugs, and arm dealing. Illegal bunkering and piracy began to flourish. And it did not take much for Nigerians and other Africans around the Gulf of Guinea to join the unethical train. Now, it poses a great challenge to everybody. Chapter 20. Opportunities and problems in the Nigerian maritime sector. I have always emphasized that the opportunities in the Nigerian maritime sector are massively untapped. We have not explored up to 10% of the opportunities in the maritime shipping sector in Nigeria. It is so easy to identify with this. The volume of import and export that we record daily is quite telling. There is no day I look at the port at Marina that I do not see ships on the jetty crossing the water, bringing in manufactured goods and sometimes shipping out exports. What are those exports? Raw materials and other goods. By weight or freight, it is a staggering amount that Nigerian importers, ship owners, operators, and shippers are buying and bringing in. Imagine the amount of freight, monies, Nigerians are paying to foreign ship owners daily. Imagine that just 20% of those ships are Nigerian owned. How about having the Nigerian private sector or a public-private partnership that owns ship so that a substantial amount of freight which would have gone into foreign hands would be retained here? The people working on those ships would be Nigerians, and their employee taxes would go into Nigerian purse. The ship, the registration of the ship, and the attendant tax and monies will be all paid into the Nigerian coffers, including the boats to the Nigerian ship registrar tonnage. Right now, all these are being lost to foreign entities, and the revenue being lost is mind-blowing, as are employment opportunities for young people that are wasting away. Suppose one were to take a census of the ship in Marina or Apapa and multiply the number of personnel on each by number of ships. It would give a rough estimate of the number of people that can be employed on the ships. At any moment in time, it is not difficult to know what opportunities there are. And this is just talking about imports and non-oil exports. It is imperative to touch on wet cargo, crude oil in particular. Currently, Nigerian exports more than 1 million barrels of crude oil per day. So in a month, one can picture the number of large tankers that have to transport that volume of oil outside the country. Yet, not a single tanker, not one, belongs to Nigeria. When His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, came into office in 2015, he had an assessment of the state of Nigerian crude oil exports. He discovered that an existing term by which foreign vessels exported our crude oil are awkwardly skewed against Nigeria, and that the country is seriously being disenfranchised. As soon as he could, the president called for a meeting and set certain conditions for foreign ship owners coming into the country. The president's directive was that if the ship owners were not amendable to those conditions, they were going to be denied access into the Nigeria for oil exports. Laughably, the foreign ship owners called the president bluff and maintained that their coming into Nigeria had to be on their own terms. Within 10 days, the president reversed his position. Why? Because he found out that we are entirely at the mercy of the foreign exporters and ship owners. Now, if at least 10 to 15% of those ships used in exporting the crude were owned by Nigerians, we can call the bluff of the foreign ship owners and get those Nigerian owners to increase their fleets to close the gap quickly. We can ask indigenous owners what they need and then support them to acquire more ships. We have to own our process. This is how Kuwait acquired over 100 tankers. Today, you cannot go to Kuwait and say you want to leave their crude unless you are ready to use their ships. Effecting this change is not rocket science. Lack of political will and vested interests are part of the things stagnating Nigeria. It is sad that some people in the corridor of power, past and present, have broken long-term deals that tie the hands of current leaders from changing the terms of trading. Many of those in power and position know the people responsible for this sad thing. No one is speaking up. From where do we start to correct these abnormalities? Indeed, it is an understatement to say that the opportunities are huge in the Nigerian maritime sector. Let me brush the maritime infrastructure aspects. This naturally is another aspect of the maritime with vast prospects, because when you begin to own your ships, big, small, medium, you have to maintain them. They are like cars. They must be maintained. What do we have as we speak? 80 to 85% of all ships operating in our waters have to leave Nigeria for repairs at foreign repair facilities. This is huge. Both Navy and civilian ships, like our own, operating within the oil and gas industry, are affected. Of all my ships, only 2 can fit into my floating dock. I have to look for more significant facilities elsewhere for the rest. This is the reason I embarked on the project to grow in-country capacity for ship repair and in-extension shipbuilding. That is another huge opportunity. One can only estimate the number of people that would gainfully employ if we were repairing 20% of the ships operating here in this country. Admirably though, some people have attempted to create a platform to bring some of these possibilities into reality. But it is an uphill task. Interestingly, the challenge is not money. It has never been. The challenge is typically bureaucratic, bottleneck, and administrative obstacle created by the government. After a while, people give up trying out of watching their efforts being frustrated. It is a major reason behind snail-paced progress in several facets of our national life. My shipyard expansion projects have been on for over 5 years. The challenges and difficulties I have had to surmount are untellable, but I am a stubborn man, blessed with a bit of patience as well. Getting the approval to enable me start this project that will bring abundant employment opportunities to the sector was that it's going through the eye of a needle. In fact, it is so much easier to go into trading to make good money for oneself than to be like those of us in the real sector, trying to do things that will positively affect many other people. Knowing the enormity of the challenge, I am hoping that some people will read this and begin to ask themselves questions and inquire. How long are we going to continue to enslave ourselves, wallowing in abject poverty and plenty, amid plenty? Still on the issue of ship repairs, by the time you take a ship to Ghana or Cameroon for repairs, you have to stay on an unpredictable queue because the repair yard are usually booked well ahead of time. Nigerian narrative is bothersome that in a country of over 200 million people, where unemployment is hitting more than 30%, vast opportunities like these should be overlooked. In developed countries, all the government has to hear is that there is an opportunity to create jobs. And the next question will be, what is the idea? How does it work? What do we do to make it happen? And before you know it, they have made it happen. But here in Nigeria, it never happens. There are many Nigerians who are operating in country with small, specialized ships like me. One can find many of these ships in Apapa and Marina, Lagos, Warri, Port Harcourt, often shuffling around in the offshore operations like the export of crude when the big tankers are coming in to load crude. The offshore services tugboat help to maneuver them so they do not run into the platform or SBM. They help to connect the loading hoses and hold the tanker in position throughout the period of loading to counter the effect of the waves and winds that could otherwise risk crashing the tankers against the platforms. FSOs and the FPSOs. Other smaller specialized ships operate on the deep offshore. Those are used for rigs move, cargo runs, security, watch, and firefighting. They are also used for carrying out underwater installations and diving repairs. Honestly, there are several specialized ships in our waters because of the country's large oil and gas activities. Since most of the oil is found deep offshore, there is a need for marine assets to support the entire process of exploration, and exportation. These specialized ships, now majorly owned by Nigerians, render various services to the oil and gas companies. Now, some foreigners have gotten involved because of insufficient in-country capacity to provide all industry needs. Due to this shortage of capacity, waivers were given for foreign ships to come in. But what was the result? The foreigners now tend to sideline the specialized ship owners by Nigerians. The entire maritime sector gets me emotional every day. In a country where we are crying about all sorts of things, the solution is right in our hands, yet our leaders are not helping matters. The media shows us how our leaders are focusing their energies on party squabbles, politics, and all whatnot. There are good opportunities in our industry for job creation, economic development, which can substantially add to the country's GDP. Plenty of them, and I pray someday somebody will do the right thing. In the early 1900s, most of the world's large tankers and ships were built in Belfast, and Belfast became synonymous with shipbuilding worldwide. But that is all dead and gone now. Some Scandinavian countries, Norway, I think, may have also been involved in large shipbuilding then. But Belfast was the #1, followed by the US, And lastly, a couple of places in the Scandinavians. In recent years, China and Singapore, as well as Vietnam, has taken the lead in shipbuilding. Today in Africa, South African built ships. My very first ship, MV Osayame, was built in Cape Town, South Africa. Many of the security ships used in this country are built in the South, in South Africa, and that has been the case for a long time. South Africa is probably the only African country that does most of the other African countries only repair ships. Deterioration. Considering where the maritime industry in Nigeria started in the early 70s, substantial deterioration has plagued the sector. As I earlier noted, when General Olusegun Obasanjo existed in office in 1979, he left about 29 world-class global trading ships in Nigerian National Shipping Line. But when he returned in 1999, those ships has disappeared, courtesy of the liquidation of NNSL. Since the industry revolves around the ship, if you do not have a ship, it goes without saying that you have nothing. After all, those who rule the sea rule the world. Consequently, every occupation that revolved around the ship, from maritime lawyers to insurance, crew, seafarers, training opportunities, skill sets, and skill transfers were all wiped out. The only alternative left is the foreign ships, which we now rely on to carry out any international trading activities. Even though Chief Obasanjo saw the dire situation upon his second coming, he did not attempt to see the re-establishment of his vital office venue. Regarding the frontier, and neither has any successive administration. It is heartbreaking that from 1995 to date, nothing tangible has been done to the school. Now, instead, things has been deteriorating. The result, we train young people here in our maritime institutions in Nigeria and start scouting around other countries for who will grant us berth in their ships to put our cadets for their desired sea time and their professional qualifications. Having said that, the cabotage trade, which is what I am involved in, has seen significant growth and improvement. Cabotage is in the in-country shipping activities with different types of offshore service boats, barges, and coastal tankers carrying products and merchandise. In the early stages, cabotage was monopolized by foreign players, courtesy of waivers embedded in the Cabotage Act. But over time, Nigerians are gradually finding their feet in the business, even though there is still significant room for improvement. Thankfully, The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, has done an excellent job in its effort to increase the number of local players in our industry. NCDMB has been supportive of shipping substantially, and a few of us has benefited from the initiative on a soft loan, given at reasonable interest rates, enabling our company to reference the exorbitant commercial bank loan and the high interest rates. This is unlike their sister organization, Nigerian Maritime Agency, NIMASA, which actually is a better position to support the industry growth, for whom the responsibility by act is theirs. The act which instituted NIMASA say it shall establish a cabotage vessel financing fund, CVFF, for which ship owners and their equivalents in the industry will contribute 2% of their gross earning to build up the fund. The objective of the fund is to support ship owners, such that if one has a contract to build a ship, the fund will loan the company the amount on a needed on a single direct exchange rate to help build capacity. 2020 was the 16th year since the CVFF was established, and not a kobo has been disbursed from it. Excuse me. The NIMASA cannot account for how much is in the fund. During my tenure as the president of the Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, SOAN, I was constantly on the government case on this matter. I relentlessly engaged and deliberated with government, maintaining that as far as CVFF is concerned, all that is needed is to find out how much has incurred into the account and how much is left that can be disbursed to eligible ship owners. The difference would then be the amount that has been misappropriated, if any. A simple forensic audit of the CVFF account will settle the matter. I cited our company as an example. I told them that at the tap of a button, our ship finance officer will reel out all the payments of 2% our company has made into the CVFF since its inception. It is only when the account is audited that NIMASA can genuinely make commitments towards disbursing fund. Yet, nothing of the sort is happening. Conversely, the NCMB, which was established in 2020 by another act, requires that all industry players, like other to disburse eligible ship owners like us contributes 1% of gross earning into the NCDMB account. The Nigerian Content Fund, just about 2 or 3 years ago, NCDMB gave us $200 $200 million from the fund to the Bank of Industry to disburse to eligible ship owners willing to grow their company fleet. Our company benefited from it as we are given $10 million to refinance a portion of the cost of building our last ship, the MV Osayamo. First Bank provided the initial loan of $18 million at about 14% interest rate. NCDMB, $10 million, helped us refinance part of the First Bank loan. NCDMB charges 9% interest, which makes life easier for us. That is an agency of government that understands what it is to build capacity and support economic activities as far as the shipping and maritime industry is concerned. Yet, you ask yourself, the other agency of the government, which collects twice the amount had asked almost 8 years before, has not done anything in that regard, and nobody is saying anything. Know that I am at a loss as to who is going to break the logjam, because it is something everybody is aware of. Nigeria Liquefied and Natural Gas, NLNG, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, and the international oil companies partnered via a joint arrangement to establish the Nigerian Liquefied and Natural Gas Limited, NLNG. The sector realized that the potential in gas is enormous, and having a structure for long-term sale of the gas make it sagacious to have their shipping line. For long-term sales of their gas, that is, liquefied natural gas ship. The partnership has resource to share UK and awarded the multinational a contract to manage, maintain, and open a NLNG-owned ships under the name Anglo-Eastern from its offices in the UK. NLNG bought the ships and registered them outside the country because our Nigerian flag was not up to standard. The ships were registered as foreign ships, and Anglo-Eastern began to run the ships. LNNG is structured in the manner every government public-private partnership should be structured. Nevertheless, as a public-private partnership, through the government own the majority share, the technical operations, management, and running of the business are left entirely in the hands of the private partners. In this case, the IOC, who are ethical and efficient. This accounts for the success of LNNG to date. Right from the onset, when awarding the contract, LNNG had insisted that Anglo-Eastern employed and engaged Nigerians to be trained as cadets on the NLNG ships to the level of officers that would eventually man their ships. Therefore, they structured the training for the type that I would have gone for. I had with share tankers in my days. Thus, they began to produce Nigerian world-class seafarers for NLLG ships. They carried on successfully to the point that Nigerians began to be captains and chief engineers on NLNG ships. Right now, it gladdens my heart that all LNG ships are 100% manned by Nigerian seafarers. When the company LNG grew to a point where it felt capable of setting up its own ship management company to take over for Anglo-Eastern, it did so. Now, there is a company called NLNG Ship Management Limited, NSML, a subsidiary of NLNG, running NLNG fleets. And today, products of NLNG who have left the system have come back to support other aspects of shipping and maritime. One of such persons is Marvin Aber, a retired captain and currently the managing director at Papa Bulk Terminal Limited in Lagos. Invariably then, NNNG had been indirectly filling the vacuum that was created by the demise of Nigerian National Shipping Line, NNSL. The only difference is that NNNG training is dedicated solely to the company staff needs. Chapter 21, Structures and Organizations in Nigerian Maritime Industry. Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA. Around 2005, all Nigerian ports were placed on concessions. This means that all ports in the country are now run by concessionaries. The private sector, while the Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, plays the role of landlord and regulator. The private sector concessionary seems to be doing a good job of it. However, the regulatory role of the Nigerian Port Authority, as determined by the law of the land, has not been too efficient. Though the NPA is the regulatory agency, about 1 million different agencies also running around in the ports. Customs, National Drug Law Enforcement Agencies, NDLEA, immigrations, and so on. If, for instance, a container is being imported, each of these agencies will do their bit on it. In essence, it is no longer NPA alone regulating the port, and this makes the port process highly efficient. It is worth noting that for some time, attempt has been made to establish what is known as a single window. This means that if a container is brought in, it immediately goes into the window. Then, every agency concerned, NDLEA, Custom, Immigration, etc., does their job in one fair swoop. Simultaneously, so that the container can leave the port as soon as it clears. This is in stark contrast to what obtained presently, where the container will move from the jetty to the warehouse, then to the yacht and to the bridge, with different agencies intercepting it and doing all sorts of things. Unfortunately, this movement from one section to another can drag on for days. Yet, such trifling bureaucracy is non-existent in other climes. Even in a small country like Benin Republic, where you have the port of Cotonou, a container is typically cleared within 24 hours. Nevertheless, all is not gloomy in MPA, as things have been improving in recent time. I will not hesitate to commend the present Managing Director, Adiza Bala Usman, who has brought incredible reforms that have substantially improved the operations in the port. I say this from a professional standpoint. I know the experience our company has had interfacing with the MPA in time past and what it is now. Adiza Bala Usman deserves to be commended, and at the same time, the concessionaries of the port for their experience handling of the port operations. In addition, the current efforts to introduce the rail system back in the port as in the colonial era. It is probably one of the best things that could happen to our ports. It will help for speedy evacuation and importation of goods without the appalling persistent gridlock on the Apapa-Tinkan Expressway that is making life miserable for everybody in Apapa and environs. Hopefully, the rails will make life a lot easier for importers and exporters, and our port more attractive for patronage. The other day, NPA celebrated the birthing of the biggest ships to ever dock in any Nigerian port. The ship berthed at the West African Container Terminal in One, Rivers State, with almost 10,000 containers to be discharged. Yet, these containers were going to be docked from One to wherever they were destined for: north, middle belt, south, and everywhere. The pressure on Nigerian road is enormous. Why celebrating the ability to receive berths such as a huge ship that make history is right? On the other hand, evacuation of the cargo is a mammoth challenge. The Port Harcourt-One Road is in such a deplorable state that trucks sometimes have accidents, fall over, and block the road, leaving port workers stranded, as many get stuck in the gridlock and have to sleep on the road overnight. Most senior management staff in MPA and the Navy have accommodation in the Intel cab. But what about the rest of the workforce who are transported by staff bus to town? At times, they do not get home until 1 p.m. and then they have to be back at work at 8 a.m. the next day. We need to put a searchlight on this because it points to some of the inconsistencies of government actions and inactions. If I were in a position to celebrate such a landmark, I would also be asking questions. Now, we have 10,000 containers coming in. How are we moving them? What are the distribution plans? They are going by road to different places. What is the condition of these roads? You wake up to it. People in the industry, people in authority need to find a way to close this kind of gaps. These issues affect everybody, and I think they have to be attended to promptly. During Chief Olusegun Obasanjo administration, pronounced rot and fraudulent activities took place in MPA. At a point, Chief Obasanjo set up a ministerial committee to review all the contracts awarded in the NPA between 2001 and 2003. The then Minister of Transport, Mr. Abiye Sekibo, through some acquaintances, sent for me. He had come across a letter, wrote to the Managing Director of NPA about improprieties over a particular awarded contract. The minister informed me about the ministerial committee and suggested that from the content of that letter, he envisaged that I could bring great insight into the workings of the committee. My response was that it would be an honor to serve in the committee, but on two conditions. Number one, I did not want to be paid. And number two, I must be allowed to say it as it is in the work of the committee. And he agreed. When our committee began to sit, we interviewed all the past managing directors who served in MPA during the period under review, 2001 to 2003. The outcome of that panel led to the incarceration of some big names I would not like to mention, who were jailed because of their activities in MPA. There was the chairman of the board, two executive directors, and a managing director. Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron. A coalition of Francophone and Anglophone countries in West Africa, and maybe some part of Central Africa, decided to establish maritime institutions in the region. It was agreed that one each should be seated in Nigeria and Ghana. The one in Ghana is located near Tema, and then the Nigerian institution in Oro, in present-day Akwa Ibom State. The two institutions were to flag off on the same day by the charter, funded by the same West African body. However, when subvention was not coming in time, Ghana was on to augment their school funding. Nigeria did pretty much the same thing, but its motivation was more rooted in the euphoria of old wealth. Nigeria told the governing body to hands off, that the country was capable of funding its own academy. So somehow, both institutions commenced admission of students as well as academic activities. MAN was initially called the Nautical College of Nigeria. It was established in 1979 with the initial mandate to educate and train shipboard officers, ratings and shore-based management personnel, but later expanded its scope. At the initial stage, the teaching of MAN or was handled by experienced personnel who were practically expatriates, ex-seafarers and seafarers, mostly Egyptians and British. As a result, the MAN grew significantly in most times. In no time. The academy in Ghana, I'll be taking a rest break. Thank you very much. Don't forget, we are still reading Not Always Easy, My Voyage from Obscurity by Engineer Greg Ogbefu. Who's the key?
The academy in Ghana also grew rather tremendously and kept expanding. It gained accreditation and became the Maritime University.
Regrettably, after some years of progress, the man began to contend with different issues. This led to a steady nosedive that continued to escalate to the point of near collapse of the institution. Notably, the decline started when the authorities introduced Nigerian rectors to demand the administration of the institution. Surprisingly, this gave rise to infighting, ethnic quarrels, and even diabolical squabbles, which eventually drove the school to become a relic. In 2016, the Minister of Transport, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, appointed a committee to restructure and reposition the institution, and I was appointed as one of its members. As part of assessing the actual state of the school, the committee paid a walking visit to the school site at Oron. On getting there, we were confronted by indigenous of the community. They claimed that because the school was situated in their locality, it was theirs. From their vehemence, it was evident to us that they meant every word and we are not willing to shift ground. So the first thing we did was to repossess the school from the community. The community antagonistic stance was so palpable that all of us, committee members, moved around with soldiers guarding us the entire time. In the short period of that walking visit, the community tried different means of intimidation. There were cases of coffins being deposited at the school entrance and several diabolical items as well. Fair enough, we were lodged in Uyo, from where we shuffled to Oron, an approximately 40 minutes drive, to and fro daily. In the course of our walk at Oron, all I could imagine was the Plymouth Standard and my days at Plymouth. I imagined that in rehabilitating the NAM, one could have standards as sterling and great as Plymouth, from the quality of lecturers to the teaching styles, how the cadets are to be treated, and so on. In the UK, ex-mariners like me go on to teach the cadets. I think older generation mariners should find the MAN a good retirement place, a place to give back and share knowledge. Teaching is the real thing. While on the committee, I hammered strongly on the quality of the education because at Oron, there were mathematics graduates teaching marine engineering and other subjects who are without relevant experience of sea time. The cadets on their own can complement the experience of the oldies with the ICT skills and knowledge about current issues in the fundamentals of the profession. Many teachers at Oron, compared to civil servants, only dare to make a living and merely fulfill all righteousness. Since the demise of the national line decades ago, there have been no cohesive pool from which one can request from a skilled, passionate instructor in the maritime sector. Another challenge is that the staff are paid according to civil service remuneration standard. It reasons, therefore, that the professionals which are needed in such an institution will not leave their well-paid and comfortable jobs in Total, Mobile, and Shells, etc., to go and teach in a place like the Maritime School. One other major challenge at MAN is the issue of private students on self-sponsorship. It is important to consider the plight of private students, since MAN is the main accredited maritime institution in the country. And this category accounts for over 95% of the cadets. It is painful to look at these cadets who have almost no hope of being taken on a ship after their college training. As against the cadets sponsored by the shipping company, who already have ships waiting to take them on. It is saddening because being on a ship is a mandatory criterion for obtaining maritime certification as a professional. The private students have no connection with any shipping company as against what we heard in our days. As a Share cadet, I had the connection with my colleague and with Share BP. We are accountable to our employers and had to live up to standards stipulated by them, as well as those set by the school. And after college, I was certain that Shell would put me on one of their ships to get that requisite sea time. Now, these private cadets do not have any sponsors by way of shipping companies or employers. When they finish from the academy, many just wander around. The situation is so bleak that some of them fall back to riding commercial vehicles after graduation from MAN. This had been a considerable challenge in the Nigerian maritime sector in terms of human capacity development, yet some of us have been talking about it. These are many other challenges we noted when our assignments were concluded. We left for Abuja to present our recommendation to the Minister of Transport, Honorable Rotimi Amechi. Without wasting time, the Minister pitched our recommendation back to us on the spot and transformed our committee into an implementation committee to oversee the implementation and execution of all the recommendations. The Minister, after that, appointed a retired naval officer, Commodore Emmanuel Efudwa, as rector of the institution, and by that, positioned a strong naval military presence to protect the premises. The federal government supported the recommendations, gave immense backing to the rector, and in a short while, turned the school infrastructure around. Critical relevant teaching aid and equipment, such as modern stimulator, were quickly procured, while teaching staff were sent to different establishments in and out of the country for retraining. It was comforting to see many community members get involved in rebuilding different aspects of the institution, like the infrastructure development, the teaching, and so on. Thankfully, the institution is gradually reviving, but it will need some time to catch up with Ghana. Maritime Cabotage Act. The institution of the Maritime Cabotage Act is commendable and its component rather impressive. I was a contributor to the bill even before it became an act. The act had 4 parts. The act basically says that for every ship to operate in Nigeria, it has to be built in Nigeria, owned by a Nigerian company, registered in Nigeria, and lastly, manned by Nigerians. Let me take the components one after the other. Firstly, the act states that every ship that will operate in Nigeria must be built in Nigeria. You cannot tell people to build ships in Nigeria when there are no shipbuilding yard or facilities in the country. In essence, what the act set out to achieve is to use the requirement to drive the emergence of shipbuilding yard in the country. However, because the government realized the establishment of such shipyard would take time, a waiver was provided. In other words, because there are no shipyard in Nigeria, there is a waiver that enables you to operate, even if your ship was not built in Nigeria. The Act additionally gave an initial 5 years for shipbuilding to commence in Nigeria. This further legitimized the waiver for as long as there were no shipbuilding yard in the country. In more organized climes, those 5 years were enough to set things in motion. If the government had any deliberate and calculated strategy drawn up, shipbuilding would have commenced in Nigeria by now. It is now over 16 years since the institution of the Act, yet we have no single shipbuilding yard in the country. Instead, the agency of government, the MASA, that is saddled with the responsibility of driving the development of such maritime infrastructure, is more concerned with chasing ship owners for the annual payment of the waiver fee to boost their revenue. It is inexplicable why waiver for building a ship outside the country should be a yearly payment, considering that the ship is built only once, and therefore the building waiver should be a one-off payment. Secondly, the Act states that Nigerian companies must own the ship. The foreigners have found a way around that aspect of the Act, as many foreign companies now have Nigerian branches. They have managed to Nigerianize their companies. These foreign companies would bring in a ship actually owned by them under the covering of a Nigerian company. Their major tactic is to bring in their ship into the country by temporary importation, thereby not paying the full importation cost. Waivers are quickly obtained for their foreign crew to operate their ship. They have stake in the ownership of the company or its assets. Ultimately, this places true Nigerian company at a disadvantage in commercial tenders. Thirdly, the manning aspect of the Act requires the vessels operating in Nigerian water be crewed by Nigerians. First of all, few of us had what it took to identify the right Nigeria, train, and employ them. And we did so appropriately. I did not and still do not want to have a part in what my colleagues are experiencing today, bringing in expatriates, calling them experts. They put the so-called experts on the ship, pay them humongous salaries, only for the Nigerian owner to hear that the ship has caught fire and all sorts of issues that ship owners are contending with. Since the demise of NNSL, the establishment for training Nigerian seafarers. There have not been any well-thought strategy to cover the gap. NIMASA, the regulatory thought-through strategy, the regulatory agency saddled for the training and development of indigenous maritime power is handicapped as the much needed ships for training is absent. Little wonder the Nigerian Seafarers Development Program, NSDP, which is meant to address these issues, after huge sum of investment, has little or no results to show for it. Ship owners continue to use waivers to bring in foreigners to man their ships. NIMASA happily sees this as another revenue-generating opportunity and is happy to have the status quo in perpetuity. The fourth pillar of the act is that ships operating in Nigeria must be registered in the special cabotage register. This ostensibly is meant to grow the Nigerian register tonnage, one of the indices for rating a country's maritime status. The challenge here is that while ship registration in most countries takes approximately 24 hours to conclude, in NIMASA, it could take forever if you do not position the staff of your company to follow the process daily from table to table. This has become an impediment in growing the nation's register tonnage. The process remained mostly analogue, despite numerous efforts to an expense to computerize the system. Some unscrupulous mercenaries in the system still want to be patronized to do their job, and failure to do this will have them give you the run around, requesting for documents that have little or no relevance for the registration certificate insurance. And the requests keep coming until you get the message. Thankfully, the recently appointed, more focused and pragmatic head of the agency is doing a lot to remedy the system lapses. Nigeria and the International Maritime Organization, IMO. When I was the president of the Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, I was vocal and engaged the government frontally on various issues. Weeks back, I read an online publication saying Nigeria has decided to give another try for the International Maritime Organization, IMO, Security Council membership, Category C. This would make the trial for the Council membership 2 failed times in a row. After the failure at the last but one contest I had in an open forum, giving 10 reasons for Nigerian loss at the IMO election that year. Seated on that day were the Ministers of Transport, the DG of NIMASA, and many industry stakeholders. As I read out my reasons for failures, I was point blank and did not beat about the bush. In the end, I did not fail to profile a solution and the way out of the deadlock. If it were to be in advanced countries, those suggestions would have been immediately taken up and implemented in the next initiative, but not for us. After my presentation, a couple of years later, the wrong approach was employed again, and of course, we lost again at the election. The next election is coming up in November 2021. The government has assembled government agencies, chief executives, to form the committee to lobby and campaign for Nigerians to win the next contest. My position is this: the International Committee of the Maritime Nation is one committee bound together by the IMO. We all know what each country is doing in the maritime institution. And this would make trial for the Council easy. We also know those that are safe and secure, and those whose piracy, kidnapping, and hostage-taking pervade their regions. There are those countries whose waters are clean and safe, and others whose waters are polluted and unsafe. The international community is well aware of all these things. They know Nigeria has no ships, and that we are sending our children to different countries around the world to go and look for where they instructed and find ships for their sea time. The international community knows we do not have strong internal maritime platforms and infrastructure, and that will make us reasonably self-sufficient, and that we are grossly dependent on other countries. How then does Nigeria expect to be appointed and elected to the Council? Yet, we would compete against countries with ships, viable institutions, vibrant shipping and maritime industry, safe and clean waters, and so on. It is a joke that on the country as a whole, similar countries like Kenya and Ghana have won, and that it is because they have their best eye view on thriving countries of the world. They know what nations are doing to grow their maritime and ship industry and are practicing the same. Every time Nigeria loses, the officials look for reasons to explain it away, like how much they spent trying to lobby other countries' support, etc. In my capacity as the Ship Owner Association President, I did not shy away from telling them the soliciting vote would get us nowhere. Until we look inward and deliberately address the shortcomings of our maritime industry, which the world will of course notice, there will not be any wins. When we begin to get it right and observers see what we are doing, we will win the IMO seat. Bringing together an array of chief executives of government agencies to form a committee on a fat budget to travel from one country to another, lobbying for the country, is embarrassing and certainly not the way out. Whereas, if we simply took some of our achievements, assuming we had any, in the industry, and make a presentation brandishing milestones, back with facts and figures and results, there will be overwhelming votes in our favor. Once we begin to take this wee baby step towards the building ships, repairing ships, reducing the spread of piracy, kidnapping, and hostage taking, then we'll be qualified to win a seat in the International Maritime Organization, especially if we succeed at cleaning our heavily polluted water and producing world-class seafarers. Leadership in the Nigerian maritime industry. It is a given that having the right and knowledgeable people at the helm of affairs goes a long way in confronting and ameliorating issues in any sphere or endeavor. Unfortunately for the Nigerian maritime industry, it has never, except on one or two occasions, had the right people in policy positions. In the present dispensation, from minister to permanent secretary, directors, managers, critical agencies, NIMARSA DG, up to executive directors, there is not a single maritime professional. The major issue is that the Ministry of Transportation is perceived as a cash cow because NPA, NIMARSA, Shippers Council, NIWA, and many others relative agencies are under the ministry purview. Politicizing offices and appointments of individuals who do not necessarily understand what shipping and maritime are about have been the order of the day. This has been the status quo until the recent appointment, where someone for the system rose to the aim at NIMARSA. Again, this said appointment was political because it made feasible owing to the sentiment that DG was from their side of the country, even when he was not the most senior or most eligible personnel in the hierarchy. Frankly speaking, there is nothing wrong with political appointments as long as capable technocrats are placed in relevant ministries. While Nigeria is falling behind, Ghana is going in an upward trajectory of leadership. I have had cause to be a resource person at a few events in Ghana maritime sector. From the Minister of Transport to the agency head, they communicate with me at a professional maritime level. The Ghanaian system purposely searches out the right people who understand what industry is all about and places them at the aims. Whenever I relate with these leaders, I am often impressed that they speak my professional language and see benefits as I see them too. Expectedly, this caliber of people will implement good and workable policies. When individuals are in specialized sectors of the economy and in policy making and implementation positions, when not appropriately equipped or guided by core professionals, they tend to do what they think is right. The reason NCDMB, for example, is doing well is because of a Simbarkesie Wabote. Before he became the executive secretary, Simbi was the general manager of local content in different parts of the world, where Share, his employers, operated. The pioneer executive secretary of NCDMB, Ernest Nwakpa, who came from NNPC after working in the oil companies, is a technocrat. When, therefore, Ernest was appointed as the pioneer executive secretary of NCDMB, he put the right strategies and framework and processes that gave the right clear roadmap for the organization. By these and many more decisions, Ernest and Simbi have deepened Nigerian involvement and local content in the oil and gas sector by over 60%. International shipping lines. Next door neighbor, Ghana Black Star Line, was 100% Ghana-owned shipping line that thrived rather well. But for some reason, as the ship got older, they were not replaced, and with due respect, some of the unethical practices in the Nigerian system filtered into theirs. Today, Black Star Line has also ceased to exist. The government of many developed countries, like the UK, started by owning their national fleet, but very quickly they began to privatize these companies and government. Government became regulators rather than owners. Regulations and policies were put in place to guide the operators like Share Tankers and a few other shipping lines in the UK. I believe the same obtains in the US and other successful maritime nations. However, in the Middle East, governments insist on owning their fleets. For instance, Kuwait today owns over 100 VLCC tankers. These are massive crude carriers for their oil. Kuwait ships all our oil, and if anyone is interested in buying our oil, they must use Kuwait ships. While I was working in Kuwait, I was involved in training some Arab nationals to become seafarers. Their fleet today is probably 95% run by Arabs. The Arab nation has Kuwait oil tankers, Arab Maritime Petroleum Transport Company, etc. Their employees dare not attempt unethical practices because of their culture. The penalty for stealing is death. Maybe it has been relaxed now, I would not know. But the culture was such that you dare not do anything unethical. And in any case, the way the Middle East countries are structured, every citizen enjoys the benefits of good leadership. The wealth of the country As well, trickle down to all. So the basic amenities go round and citizens are contented with their lives. Steps into Dubai and it feels like you're in a different world. You will smile from the airport all the way to your hotel room. There are countries that were non-starters when Nigeria was already high in the global ranking. At the time, Nigerian commissioned the NNSL in 1975. Some of the Arab countries, as we know them today, were not even in existence. What happened to us as a nation and as a people? The mission to see men. In my travels, one thing that I appreciate is the fact that most sports worldwide have the mission to see fair, to see men, a global initiative which caters for seafarers all over the world. If you enter a new country, you might be unfamiliar with the culture and the place. The Seaman mission becomes very handy in the sense that it gives seafarers a feeling of homeliness, safety and security on foreign soil. The mission ideally sends a bus to the jetty of an incoming ship to take all those who have expressed interest ashore. The interested seafarers are taken to the mission, which is generally run by a chaplain. In the past, the mission role was to some degree therapeutic. When people have been at sea for 3 to 4 months, having no means to communicate with families and friends, like mobile phones and satellite communications, navigation as we have today, except letters, mental health was of great importance. Hence, a lot of people often had mental situation and needed counseling. The role which the chaplain often took off avidly. The mission to see men comes up here because it is an essential duty to seafarers. Regrettably, the Seaman mission in Nigeria, which was part of the global organization set up about 60 years ago, is today a relic. Ideally, at the mission, seafarers are given directions to whichever places of interest they wish to explore. In turn, updated on the money exchange rate, have taxis arranged for them, briefed on what to expect, and giving contact numbers if urgent help is needed. This gives people the confidence to go where to go for the Nigerian scene. Record crew members and seafarers are petrified to step ashore due to widespread media coverage. People should stop making, I need my phone now. Both local and international, of negative news. They are scared about hostage taking, kidnapping, fraud, robbery, and rest. Thankfully, courtesy of the initiative of the Anglican Bishop of Lagos, efforts are being put in place to reactivate the Seaman mission. In line with this, I was drafted as an in-house consultant to offer plausible ideas for the restoration of the Seaman mission in Nigeria. Firstly, I told them not to worry about the physical infrastructure of the mission. The primary and most crucial step is designing a blueprint which informs the seamen on the ship that there is now a reorganized Seaman mission in Nigeria. Firstly, I told them not to worry about the physical infrastructure of the journey. Of the mission. The primary and most crucial step is designing a blueprint which informs the seamen on that ships that there is now a recognized Seaman mission in Nigeria, and that it is open to them and it can entail details like the assurance of pickup from ship with security, escort to any place of interest, involvement of the government tourism board, suggestion of good spot of relaxation, since the news they would have heard is bad, and other help necessary. Please collect my phone from this guy. Why? With the new Seaman mission, initiative, the seafarers can get to see the good place that would alter the bad impression from negative news. Places like the first church in Nigeria, at Marina Eco Hotel, Federal Palace Hotel, Oriental Hotel, Landmark Event Center, and the likes will be worth putting on information flyer for the incoming visitors. Once the blueprint is drawn up, flyers telling all the unique and epic places seafarers can visit should be designed and printed. The Seaman mission is meant to help guide seafarers who might need to change foreign currencies should they desire to visit places of interest. Buy Nigerian artifacts, Nigerian books on Nigerian history, etc. I gave that counsel, but whether the church took it or not is a different thing entirely. Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, SOAN, SOAN. We once had as an association of ship owners known as the Indigenous Ship Owners Association of Nigeria. ISAN. Later on, ISAN metamorphosed into the Nigerian Ship Owners Association, NISA, because the word indigenous tended to disenfranchise foreign players in the country. The association reviewed the constitution and changed the name to allow any ship owner, foreign or indigenous, to belong to the association. The association was not about to disenfranchise foreign companies, since they operate within Nigeria on defined preposition and also employ Nigerians. I was not a pioneer member of ISAN, and even though I had been invited repeatedly, I had my reservations. So it took a while for me to join. On the very day I joined, I was made a trustee. ISAN was a body. This thing is dismantling my head. ISAN was a body that allowed for much independence. And it was under the umbrella of ISAN that I got appointed as the chairman of planning committee for the first Nigerian Maritime Expo, when the association was changed from ISAN to NISA. We decided to have an election for new executive members that would pilot its affairs. In the election, I contested for the position of president alongside two other people. NISA had about 65% non-ship owners as members and 35% ship owners as members. Among those ship owner members, approximately 70% were our executives. It caused a bit of disaffection, and some of us decided we were not going to continue with the contraption. The election had been on the wing of an invitation to contest. A top government functionary had encouraged me to contest for the office of the president. In the first instance, the election had been on the wings of an invitation to contest. because it felt from my antecedents I could take the association to international heights. After that dismal election, I made up my mind to forget any association and focus on my business in Port Harcourt. If forgetting about association were my thoughts, some people had other plans for me, and I knew nothing about them. Some of the other ship owners had believed that we should set up another association exclusively ourselves, and kept bombarding me with phone calls, even though I made it known that I was done with politics and associations and was not interested. Then, to crown it all, they wanted me to lead, and I had declined outright. After much persuasion, I agreed to consider being a part of the association and not a spearhead. Without further ado, these ship owners mobilized themselves and fixed a meeting at Avenue Suites Hotel, Timiu Survey Street in Victoria Island, Lagos, which I attended. Following much discussion and deliberation, the position of the president was imposed on me. It was not an election. It was imposed on me. That same day, a set of executives was put together, and that was how Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, SOAN, came to be. We went on to register her and drew up a constitution. We understand that we are not in competition with anyone, as the association arose from our own need to synergize with those of similar businesses understanding. Hence, if you do not own a ship, you cannot be a member of SOAN. And the process of membership is such that the association audits your company and the ship you owned. Now, SOAN is strict, so it is a small body of serious industry players. One important occasion I recalled as a SOAN president was when I, in partnership with Chris Everest, the then CEO of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, CWEIC, organized a Nigerian Maritime Day at Melbourne House in London. We invited maritime industry stakeholders and government functionaries there, while Nigerian played host. The Honorable Minister of Transport was the special guest of honor. Also present at the event were the Executive Secretaries of Shippers Council and Sambelo, current Chairman of Sea-Link Project, Mrs. Dabney Shahoma, Nigerian representative at the IMO, Mr. Diko, then Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transport, Shaibu Zakari, who represented the minister and a few other Nigerians. A cross-section of industry players from different nations were in attendance, as well as some members of the diplomatic communities. The minister was away on official duties in China as at the time. It was a successful outing, raising awareness about Nigeria on the international maritime scene and the investment opportunities that abound therein. Within 1 year of my tenure as president, I had taken SWAN to the international platform, being a member of the advisory board of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council in the UK. I was able to get SWAN invited by the CWEIC to participate in Malta First Maritime Conference in Valletta, Malta in 2016. SWAN attended the conference in Malta with a 20-man delegation led by me. In Malta, we had a Nigerian stand where we showcased Nigeria. Some dignitaries in attendance who proudly visited the SWAN stand were former governor of Abia State, Chief Orji Uzo Kalu, Governor Olawumi Ambode, then governor of Lagos State, and several other people from his cabinet, Chief Bisi Akande, and others. This relatively young and budding association was busy making waves in faraway Malta, and the Nigerian government was hearing about it. It was in the press because we took some gentlemen of the media along, which continuously pushed out news on all the events. By the time we returned to Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of Transport had requested to have an audience with SWAN. We met with him, briefed him on our matter outing, and the association had since continued to soar. The event in Malta created a platform of engagement between the Nigerian maritime sector and the Maltese. Malta, even though a small country, is gradually becoming the bigger register in the world. The country has organized its tax law so systematically that most ship owners around the world are getting their ships registered in Malta. It has emerged into a big maritime nation that even Nigerians send government functionaries to train in their institutions there. One more remarkable thing about the Malta conference is that at the end, the Commonwealth Secretariat established what is called the Commonwealth Maritime Council, constituted of 3 elected members, Nigeria, Britain, and Malta. That council is still standing in terms of reference, but as usual, there is no serious participation or effort on the Nigerian side to follow up. The relationship was created, but there has been no continuation. So we can say that it has just frittered away. It was also another opportunity that would have brought us into an advantageous situation in our contest for a seat in the IMO Security Council. According to the SWAN Constitution, every office is for a maximum of 2 terms of 2 years each. My tenure of 4 years was to end in March 2019. By January, 2 months to the handing over, some senior members of the association got together to propose an amendment to the Constitution so that I could continue in office as president. When I heard that, I called an emergency general meeting and brought the issue up. I said, the biggest disservice we would do to the association is to alter or amend our constitution because of one person, and it should not be encouraged. Then, I presented a speech which I titled, "The Sanctity of the SWAN Constitution is Sacrosanct." I urge that any individual who had performed in an office and maintained a member of the association can still contribute to the growth of the association, regardless of the position. Consequently, in April 2019, I handed over to my successor. Today, members of the press still hound me all over the place, wanting me to say one thing or the other about the association, activities or inactivity, but I always decline. From the day I handed over, I have taken a decision that I will never say a word about the leadership or what is going on there. I do not want to be seen as a godfather. The leading term in the country now. Once anyone finishes their tenure, the predecessor wants to teleguide their successor. I do not want to be a party to that. In my estimation, my biggest achievement as SWAN president was being able to put her on an international pedestal, giving her that recognition in the global maritime industry. Secondly, the government officials and others came to appreciate the existence of a body that they can engage and discuss policies and issues relating to the industry with. Regularly, SWAN is invited when policy issues are to be discussed by different tiers of government. Also, when committees are being set up in the sector of industry, SWAN is strongly recognized and engaged to participate. Sometime down the line, I led a delegation of the Chief Executive Officer of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council to meet with Nigerian Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, to discuss landed opportunities that government can leverage on. By reason of the CWEIC activities, after that meeting, the Vice President arranged for us to meet with the then Minister of Trade and Industry, Okechukwu Enalame, midwifed by Jumoke Oluwole. All these was costly of SWAN. Subsequently, though, I do not know if any of it made headway. Chapter 22. Involvement in government initiatives. Due to the peculiarity of our industry, whereby the majority of seafarers take up seafaring as a master mariner, captain, or chief engineer on ships until retirement, just a couple of us trained mariners have seriously ventured into becoming entrepreneurs. One notable colleague is Captain Emmanuel Ihenako, a master mariner and a professional captain who manned many of the defunct NNSL ships as master. Though his foray into the ship ownership has been relatively unsuccessful, he presently has another company, Integrated Oil and Gas Limited. Their services involve ownership and operation of petroleum tank farm. They have storage tank at Apapa. However, I do not believe he has fulfilled his initial ambition of trading in seafaring to the highest level. I, on the other hand, am concentrating on ship ownership, ship repair, and shipbuilding aspects. I am unaware of any other mariner in Nigeria doing what our company Stars is doing. As a professional who became a ship owner, I inevitably became a sort of sounding board for government agencies. It is impossible to discuss maritime administration without talking about ships and seafarers. So, it has been that every time the government needs to engage the private maritime sector, I have always stood out as a resounding board. The reason is not far-fetched. I can speak as a professional, a ship owner, a trainer, an employer of seafarers. So, I have been a rallying point, and that explains why I have a voice. This began long before I became the president of Ship Owners Association of Nigeria. At the onset of government regulations in the Nigerian maritime industry, the Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Industry, Nigerian Maritime Authority, NMA, as it was called then, was one Mr. Egiesi. Eventually, NMA was merged with another government agency, Joint Maritime Labour, JOMALIC, to form the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA. On the platform of NIMASA, maritime labour and maritime administration came together. The pioneer director general of NIMASA was Barrister Mrs. Umfor Usoro, a sound maritime lawyer and a wife of the immediate past Nigerian Bar Association President, Paul Usoro. When Barrister Mrs. Umfor Usoro became the DG, she formed a technical board committee and co-opted some private sector individuals that could work with her to achieve NIMASA's set goals. Umfor invited a senior colleague of mine, Engineer Olu Akinzoji, and me to join the committee to ensure that NIMASA had private sector put in their policy formation. And to join the committee and activities to meet the expectation of the industry. Unfortunately, Barrister Usoro did not remain in the position for long. Subsequent directors general have come on the scene, but their tenures were often too short-lived for significant work to be done. One other engagement I had with the federal government was my sharing of the maiden edition of the Nigeria Maritime Expo. NIMAREX, an acronym which I formed in 2011. I worked closely with the then Minister of Transportation, Suleiman Yusuf. The expo attracted participants from different parts of the world, most of who took exhibition stand to showcase their goods and market their business. The expo was acclaimed a resounding success, and it was intended to be an annual event. Soon after the expo, the President of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, decided to have a retreat with the aim of reviewing the maritime industry and how it can be more effective in impacting the Nigerian economy again. I was co-opted into the Presidential Committee for the retreat. In this committee and subsequent ones, I found that most of them were mere talk show, where beautiful reports, recommendation, and serious strategy to bring about desired results were generated, but they invariably, almost all the time, ended up on the shelves in government office. A couple of the committees, I admit, did bite. For instance, when the Minister of Transportation, Honorable Rotimi Amechi, was appointed in his first term, he took the bull by the horn to attempt getting the maritime and shipping industry up and running. He formed a National Fleet Implementation Committee with the intent to re-establish the national fleet, and I was a member. He also set up a most global trading ship do not register their ship in the Nigerian flag. The Fleet Committee constituted re-industry professionals and players who worked round the clock for about 7 months. He brainstorming to bring ideas and solutions to the table. This was 2016. The final report and on its recommendations were submitted to the Honorable Minister in Abuja. Surprisingly, the Minister received the report, turned around, and gave it back to us on the spot. There and then, he transformed our committee to an implementation committee and charged us to commence implementation of the recommendation in our report. Subsequently, he appointed the current Executive Secretary at the Nigerian Shippers Council, Anson Bello, to chair the implementation committee as a sign of strong governance involvement in the committee work. The implementation committee, which carried out its responsibility in the year 2017, went to the highest level and dug to the deepest, and finally rested on one thing. Until the country reviews the tax law, it will be difficult to float any global trading vessel fleet that can survive. The report of that committee is more or less on the shelf right now. 5 years down the line, the other committee that was set up by the minister to review the Nigerian flag issue in Namasa had a slow start with its Director General as the chairman. It took a long time for the committee to come out and finally review the tax law with any form of a report. And up till now, it has not seen any form of implementation. As far as I can recall, that was the nearest we got to having any type of initiative, bringing critical players together to solve problems in our shipping and maritime sector. Still, much of the recommendations have not been utilized. And we are yet to get things right as we should. Still, any type of initiative bringing players together to solve problems in our shipping maritime sector have not been utilized. I am regularly invited to present papers at different fora in and out of the country on maritime and shipping issues as it relates to Nigeria and vis-a-vis the international community. Public-private setup partnership, the stalemate. I will not but touch the intriguing nature of private-public partnerships in Nigeria. The interfacing of the private sector with government on all levels is a scenario that can be interesting, amusing, and annoying all at once. Getting government agencies and private sector to rub minds together successfully, I have since discovered, is almost an impossible feat. The government representative will bring bureaucratic input to the table, while the professionals will approach the issues from the professional angle. By the end of the day, the private sector is whipped down. The government is the boss, remember, and completely disenfranchised. Over and over, this is how the scenario plays out. So those of us in the private sector have learned to fold our arms and watch those with little or no substantial appreciation of what they are supposed to be implementing run the show. Perspective is key in life. Unfortunately, it is the main clog in the wheel of progress when it comes to the private-public stalemate. Define perspective, for instance, many people in government do not understand what I mean by canvassing for zero duty for Nigerian ship owners. Whenever I raise the idea, they look at me as if I just dropped from the moon. They cannot understand why we should fight to get zero duty for any Nigerian ship owner bringing in a ship. They seem to be oblivious to the fact that the revenue loss from that duty will in the long run be gained in the increased number of ships owned by Nigerians and tax that would accrue from those employed. Additionally, the money you would have paid as freight to other countries is kept in Nigeria. But what do we have? Agencies like the custom, who have targets to generate trillions annually, do not want to hear about zero duty because it will affect their projections. But is it possible to bring different organs of government together to look at things? What do we have to lose here? And what would we gain? How do we put them in balance, given the number of people we are creating jobs for, etc.? That is what Ghana did in 2019. The country reviewed the tax law and crashed every percentage of tax to the barest minimum to stimulate economic activities in various facets of the industry. They appreciated that the tax being lost at a point will be recovered once the different aspects of the industry pick up and employ more people, thus driving overall productivity. In 2002, by which time I had been running my shipyard for 2 years, the board of directors at NIMASA visited the yard. They were amazed and excited at the magnitude of work going on there. Now, at that time, there was an eye-opening for the Director of Maritime Safety in NIMASA. Of course, I did not know anything about it. A week after the visit, an influential politician who was a member of the NIMASA board requested to meet with me. I honored the invitation, where he proceeded to acquaint me with, as well as offer me the vacant position, and stated the conditions of service. I might have considered the offer if it had been the position of the Director General, where I would have had the muscle and authority to structure things as they should be, and unambiguously approach appropriate authorities to make a case of why things need to be done in certain ways. It was easy for me to decline the offer because a tree, I know, cannot make a forest. I turned down the invitation into governance because I did not want to be answerable to someone who probably would not understand my professional jargons. Yet, because he's my boss, I would have to take instructions from him. I knew it would be impossible for me to operate conveniently in that environment. I politely explained my stand to the gentleman, thanked him for the honor, and left. That was the only time I have ever been offered a place in government, and I still don't know that I will not do very well there, because I am not the most diplomatic of persons. I do not know how to beat around the bush, trying not to hurt egos, which is the stuff government work is made of. Being politically correct and pandering to erring individuals simply because they are my superiors are not things that go down well with me. Government officials who are familiar with me know that I will not take up appointments in the system. Involvement with the Edo State government. When the executive governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, was elected in 2015/16, he got to know more about me, Firstly, maybe because as president of SOAN, I was always in the news, and so he had heard a bit about me. And then, perhaps, because I am Benin. From 2017, I've made a couple of presentations outside the country, particularly in the US, courtesy of an invitation by Edo communities in the diaspora on the Gelegele ports. Previous Edo State administration had tried to revitalize the port, but abandoned it even before they started. His Excellency, Governor Obaseki, abandoned it. Governor Obaseki was determined to see it to completion. The governor had seen a couple of my presentations and paper and requested to see me. Optimistic about the possibility of re-establishing the technical and commercial viability of Gelegele, I met him. And as our discussion progressed, the immense opportunities the port had for the economic prosperity of Edo State was more evident. Seeing that setting up the port made good sense between us, we drew up a team list that same day. This included a former MD of NPA, an Edo State indigene, a former group manager, NAPIMS, Engineer Greg Ero, also an Edo State indigene, and a couple of other people. Following that, studies were carried out on the project, and the recommendation, in essence, was that if we must have a port, it cannot be at the Gelegele spot, because from Gelegele to ocean, 80% of river is all slitted up. So the water depth is low and no longer navigable. The alternative would be to embark on capital dredging, which is inconsiderably expensive. Annual maintenance dredging is undoubtedly not commercially viable. Ultimately, the port needs to be relocated. Following the recommendations, therefore, the port was moved to a point nearer the Atlantic Ocean, and it is now known as the Benin City River Port. In the same report, references was made to the fact that the ports in the neighborhood, Warri, Burutu, Koko, and Saple ports have not been viable. In order not to go the way of others, we recommended building a port which is agro-allied. That is, with an agricultural industrial park near it. All agricultural produce coming from neighboring states and Middle Belt and the north on reaching Edo State can, instead of turning west towards Lagos that is already congested, go straight towards the Benin City River Port and offload their produce. It is our proposition for the agricultural park. Presently, it is what we are working on. At the same time, the governor appointed me as chairman of the technical committee for the building of the new port. The Gelegele Port project was my first time of coming close to working or having to do anything to do with the state government. Kidnapping, piracy, and Niger Delta. Let me end this session by addressing an issue I am hoping governments in Nigeria can start taking seriously and investing resources to tackle. The issue The issue I'm referring to is kidnapping. Life on shore in Bonny in the 80s was pleasant, serene, and secure. We had good times on shore with the staff of Share BP, which was responsible for supplying electricity to the whole Bonny town, where we work from the Share camp. And there was indisputable peaceful coexistence between company and communities. Twice a month, our camp manager and expatriates would go on one of the personal boats to Port Harcourt base, and he was always accompanied by a Nigerian steward or cook. On the 1.5-hour boat trip from Bonny to Port Harcourt, there was an interesting part of this trip. The boat normally made brief stop at some of the villages along the creeks to give villagers cigarettes, bottle of alcoholic drink, etc., in exchange for fresh fish. It was a genuinely friendly trade by barter that over time both parties always look forward to, and also to seeing one another. I look back now and I am amazed as how drastically things have changed. Once in a while, I have some flashback as to the first kidnapping case in the Niger Delta, when I was initially posted to Port Harcourt from Bonny as a base engineer in the operational base. The superintendent, my boss, a British man, was the technical manager as the company expanded. The position of a technical superintendent, which reported to the technical manager, was created. I was promoted to that position. Near the operational base is the Port Harcourt Boats Club, similar to the Lagos Boats Club. All of us had marine businesses, predominantly foreign companies, socialized there and regularly organized boat races using small speed boats. There was a particular competition that I always look forward to every other month or 3 months. The expatriate community ordinarily enjoyed taking their luxury speedboats to a beach near Bonny just for relaxation with their wives and friends from the boat club. Until one fateful Saturday afternoon, some of the expatriates and the spouses and friends went to Bonny Beach for a small picnic. Out of the blues, some unknown persons accosted one of the expatriates and whisked him off into the creeks. The other expatriates speed back to Port Harcourt to raise the alarm. The police got involved, and some 3 to 5 days later, he was released after some ransom has been paid. That was the beginning of kidnapping in Niger Delta, at least that I know of. This was around 1985. After that unfortunate kidnapping incident, all foreign governments sent out notice to their citizens working in Nigeria, instructing them to keep up security and be mindful of their movements. And from then on, going by boat to exchange drink from fish was banned. Everybody became suspicious of everybody, and it has continued to, I think, to what we have today. Prior to that incident, kidnapping and expatriates was a taboo. Both villagers and expatriates were so cordial and wonderful that on several occasions, some villagers would follow the boat to Bonny just for relaxation and fun. In the evening, they would return to their villages. Today, you dare not put the white man in a boat anywhere on creeks of the Niger Delta. On our water these days, we still experience some nuisance here and there on the creeks. Untoward elements at times chase people down with guns to rob them, especially if they look like easy targets. You have the odd occasion where expatriates are whisked off into the creeks. They give whatever cash they have on them to their captors and are released. I recall an incident that happened when kidnapping was still outrageously rampant. The kidnapper had picked up 2 white men and whisked them to their hideout in the creeks. And we were waiting to hear the announcement that the 2 people had been kidnapped. But nothing like that happened. No company or organization announced their missing personnel. The kidnappers waited for 3 days, and yet there was no announcement. Then they sent their emissaries around the companies they assumed those people work for. They would go, "Oh boy, none of your Igbo lost for this company." Those ones will reply in the negative, "No, nobody is missing." Meanwhile, the kidnappers kept feeding their captives. The 2 white men were gleefully eating the local food, drinking palm wine and local gin, and even asking for their women. They were busy enjoying themselves, not at all bothered or ruffled. When it was well over a week and the kidnappers were running out of resources to keep them, they queried the drone. "No person come ask for una. Una no get where una dey work?" One of them replied, "We have been trying to tell you since that we are albinos, but you did not want to listen. I indeed count myself privileged to have seen the good old days when people move around and interacted freely, not like today. Even in the city of Port Harcourt, Lagos, Kaduna, etc., right on land, kidnapping is still taking place. Since the kidnapping or hostage taking of expatriates is no more flexible, what do we do? We turn to kidnap ourselves. It is rather unfortunate. Factually, kidnapping and piracy have global dimensions to them. The worldwide piracy in international waters is an ancient nagging issue. In the 80s, Somalia was also infamous for piracy. The Gulf of Guinea extends from southwest of West Africa and across to Central Africa. In those realms, an international syndicate, rather than a local one, is responsible. When a ship is pirated, the sailors are often kidnapped and they are taken away, and used sum are demanded as ransom, often in a foreign currency. They are random, of course, paid before the captured persons are released. Ransom paid before the captured persons are released. One thing that surprises me is when a Nigerian ship is pirated, the ransom are paid into a Nigerian bank account, which indicates that the person are administering these accounts. There are agents in Nigeria negotiating the release of the hostages, and their negotiators definitely know who they are. Working for is an issue beyond Nigeria. The network on international waters is unbelievably coordinated, which is why I find it unexplainable that in Somalia, kidnappers would pirate a huge ship and keep it up for 1 or 2 years. How do the captors feed their hostages? How do they get diesel and other supplies without getting caught? There is an arrangement sustaining the crime. Try as I might, I've not been able to figure it out. Admittedly, the kidnapping of expatriates into the Niger Delta originated from greed and that wanton desire to make easy money. However, years down the line, the agitation by the Niger Delta, which gave rise to the Niger Delta militants, was not so much about money as it was a demand for equity. The oil belongs to the people. It is exploited and taken away. To be sold, and the proceeds are used to develop other places, except where it originates from. This became the rationale behind the kidnappings. Recently, I watched on television the state of affairs of Oleobiri, where oil was first discovered in the country in 1959. In developed country, that place by now would be a tourist attraction to the world. Oleobiri, like much of the Niger Delta, is bereft of virtually all basic amenities required for decent living. This in developed countries, that place would be a tourist attraction. How can the region that is contributing to the most outward national GDP not have the barest of infrastructure? How can they be without electricity? It is a national embarrassment and shame to see such an important place in shambles, a place where billions and trillions of nairas have been generated for this country. Additionally, one could say the Niger Delta unrest comes from people's need for representation in the Nigeria oil and gas sector. This is part of the inequity the Niger Delta experience, which instigates the agitation. Frankly, I am of the opinion that a fair percentage of individuals from the region ought to occupy top position in the oil and gas industry. I am not a politician, but I owe it to my conscience to address these issues as I deem fit. I may not be completely wrong if I say there is still an opportunity to right some of the wrongs. Nevertheless, I am not in support of violence and force as approach to bringing equity. Dialogue is always first in line, and I believe in it. At the same time, I realize there have been a lot of talk on the issues. Therefore, it is time to push mere talk aside. There have been enough talk about the issues. Now, something needs to be done. Let something really be done. Yet again, the matter seems to be an intricate one, a delicate cycle of assault. Why? Because on the other hand, the government deserves some applause, since in an attempt to address some of the issues of infrastructural development, the Oil, Mineral Producing Area Development Commission, OMPADEC, was set up in the year 1993. The OMPADEC was what subsequently transmuted into the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, in 2000. The term of reference for NDDC was to oversee the development of the Niger Delta region. Right from the inception of the commission to date, colossal amounts of monies have been devoted to the same purpose. However, over 20 years and counting, what do we have? Sparse development. Perhaps the most baffling aspect of the situation is that the board management, administration, and all concerned of NDDC are handled and controlled by indigenes of the Niger Delta region. So now, what do we say? Who is to be blamed? I believe the Niger Delta agitation should go after all those people who have looted the money entrusted to the NDDC. The federal government has no blame in this, based on recent reports reaching the public about massive amounts of mismanaged and stolen funds in the NDDC. The Niger Delta people have a right to hold their leaders accountable and answerable from the impoverishment of their land. Section 7. Travels and final musing. Chapter 23. Travels, adventures, and leisures. Nauru is a former German Empire colony. Its other name is Pleasant Island. Football is their national game, and they have 7 teams. This country is just 81 square miles in size and has only about 14,000 citizens. I'm guessing you have probably never heard of the country before. Not many people have. Anyway, how about Tuvalu? This country is no bigger than 10 square miles, with just about 12,000 people in the population. The 4th smallest country in the world. They do not spend money on defense, and the Polynesian people first occupied this country. Does it sound familiar? Compare them to Russia, and which has 17,125,200 square kilometers, or 6,612,100 square miles of land. Or China, which has a land area of 9,956,960 square kilometers, or 3,696,000 square miles, and a population of 1,440,676,554 people. Amazing, isn't it? The world is a big place. 195 different countries with different realities. We talk a lot about the importance of formal education, and it is important, but I cannot think of a better form of education than traveling around the world. And this is something I've been privileged to experience. From those early years in Aba, Enugu, Lagos, and Benin, I have seen the world a lot, and diversity of races, languages, culture, food, music, and geography. I have experienced have shaped my thinking in many ways. I've been to Algeria, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Cameroon, Namibia, South Africa, and the rest of the African continent, except for a few countries like Equatorial Guinea and Niger. I've been to North America, Canada, Alaska, and South America, Guatemala, Honduras, as well as countries like Venezuela, Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, and many others. I have had exciting experiences in Russia, Ukraine, Sri Lanka, the Black Sea and the Suez Canal, the Caribbean, St. Kitts and Nevis, Barbados, Puerto Rico, Haiti, Jamaica, and the ABC Island, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. I've been to Singapore, China, Malaysia, and Japan. I have been to countries in the Middle East, like the United Arab Emirates, Iran, Brunei, Qatar, and Kuwait. There are a very few countries I have not had the privilege of visiting, and I owe much of that to being a seafarer during my training to become a marine engineer. By the way, I am a marine engineer and not a ship captain. Both are like aircraft engineers and an aircraft pilot. Our training as a marine engineer is a mix of academics and practical. Share Tankers UK, which is an associate of Share BP, handled my training on behalf of Share BP. At that time, Share Tankers UK had about 104 ships which were trading worldwide. When it was time for you to get your sea time practical experience after college, you will be sent to any one of those ships. You were required to get a certain minimum number of months to be eligible to do the next stage of examination. After that examination, you would have to go back to sea to continue to get requisite sea time on board ships to be eligible for the next professional exams. So, during that period, I got my sea time on board the ship that we are trading worldwide. Those ships made stop at different ports globally, and each time they did, we were assured of great fun ashore. Through this experience, I was able to visit many parts of the world. The sea time required for practical experiences was often 12 months. The sea time experience I had from 1974 to 1975 was on 3 different ships. The first one was called MV Achatina. It was carrying hydraulic oil and was traveling from Europe to the Americas and the Caribbean island. It was about 18,000 ton dead weight. That is a reference for the size of the ship and the cargo carrying capacity. What was unique was that I went on board. I did not realize I was the only black man on the ship. Everyone else was British. I was not uncomfortable with that, considering that for 2 years I had lived with about 250 other cadets, virtually all white, in Plymouth Hostel. We began to blend, and we began to crack jokes, tease each other, and things like that. I never had any occasion to feel I was different. We went from port to port, and every time we got to a port, we looked forward to jumping ashore and exploring the town. We were often keen on exploring the history of those places. My first trip at sea during the cadetship was in 1974, and it took me to different countries like Curacao in the Eastern Caribbean island and the Singapore. Singapore at the time was a poor nation. It is interesting how the Singaporeans have developed their countries and turned it into a first world one. Singapore at the time was a poor nation. At the time, we also came to Lagos in 1975 to discharge products, and from there we went to Cameroon. I was beginning to see what other parts of the world were like relatives to my country. It was sad that it was only when I came to Lagos that I had challenge going ashore. The port agents were very many, and each of them tried to check things they did not think to check. It was not a very good experience compared to even places like Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and Douala, Cameroon. Just search the name. Which one was treated by international seaman standard? In these other ports, once you showed your international seamanship identity card, you got free access. You were welcome and taken to the place you wanted to visit by agents, and things were organized in a very civilized manner. But unfortunately, at that young age, I could begin to see the lapses in the Nigerian system. During my next sea experience, after Ilvados College of Technology, Liverpool, I was sent on a much bigger ship. It was a 200,000 ton ship, which was like a monster at that time. Those crude oil tankers were usually very massive, and sizes ranging from 200,000 megaton VLCCs to 500,000 metric ton VLCCs. That was home on the sea for all of us. Officers who were married were allowed by the companies to sail with their wives if they wanted. The names of our vessel was SS Millennia, and we were loading crude oil from Iran to Rotterdam in Holland, airport to be exact. This was usually a 2-month voyage. We used to leave Krang Island in Iran in October and arrive at Rotterdam in December. So, between October and December, not a glimpse of land can be seen. Neither could we communicate with friends or family anywhere on the island. You were just stuck with your crew members in the ship on a massive ocean in the middle of nowhere. Those ships had swimming pools and more than enough indoor games like badminton courts, table tennis room, etc. The deck was so long, you could ride bicycles on them, and we did. It was easy for one to get depressed and melancholic, but a good dose of exercise also kept gloomy thoughts away. It was one way we stayed sane. But what was worst was that after staying in the ocean for such a long time, when we got to Rotterdam, we could only spend 2 days before heading back to Iran. When you get to the shore of Rotterdam, you only had a few hours to have fun and shop. We always had pockets full of money, so money was never the problem. The problem was time. Seafarers at such time often are like dogs, let loose from their cages. Their excitement, energy, and eagerness to do so much within such a time space, knowing fully well that they would soon be trapped on the ship for another 2 or 3 months. Seafarers will usually go on fun frenzies and buying up whatever they can. We had an intriguing experience once. We sailed by Cape Town, South Africa, to pick up food and other ship stores, and also for a crew change. It was a time when apartheid was still raging in South Africa. One of the cadets that joined the ship was a white Zimbabwean. At that time, they were known as Rhodesians. I was the only black person on the ship, as I often was. The steward, the cooks, and the chefs were all whites. More than a few people we are curious to know how these white Rhodesian cadets and the black Nigerian cadets would cohabit on the ship. When he came on board and we were introduced, we hugged. Within a week, we became remarkably close. It turns out that though his skin was white, he was completely black in every cultural consideration. He came to the ship with chewing stick and dried bushmeat, things you could only imagine a black man to carry along on a trip. We would study together, and he would tell me about the situation in Rhodesia at the time. It was quite an experience and I had with him. Kelvin and I became good friends, and we stayed in touch years after we left the ship. One particular white steward on the ship refused to serve me food in the restaurant. One day, the chief engineer and the captain were in the dining hall and saw what was happening. The steward had turned to me and said, I will not serve this kafiri. Kafiri was the derogatory expression that the South African whites used to describe black. The racist steward served everyone else except the black cadets. I felt terrible. I was young, and my immediate reaction was to get up and punch him between the eyes for trampling on my humanity, my color. But then, I remember that before we left Nigeria, we had a 2-week induction course at the Federal Palace Hotel, where we were asked that if we were called a black bastard or a nigger, what would you do? I thought about the consequences of hitting that steward, and so I restrained myself. A tough thing to do. The chief engineer, who witnessed everything, instructed another steward to serve me and calm things down. I was quite depressed and felt abused. Was there something wrong with my skin color? I continued to ponder over the experience. I went to my cabin and was in deep thought when the captain sent someone to invite me to his cabin. He was seated there with the chief engineer, and together they apologized for the incident. They said the steward was wrong and they were going to do something about it. They appealed to me not to allow the matter affect me. It was comforting and reassuring. By the time we got to Amsterdam, that steward had been sacked. I had some other experiences of prejudice and racism. The second engineer was responsible for administering the training programs for engineering cadets in the engine room. While some were nice and humane, some were very prejudiced. They would send me down to the bottom of the ship engine room whenever they wanted to teach the white cadets. They would send me there to clean the bagels, the slop, and filth right at the bottom of the ship, while they would be in the control room with the white cadets, instructing and teaching them what we were all supposed to be learning. By the time they finished, I would be asked to return up. The idea was to keep me ignorant of what the others had been taught. When I discovered what was going on, I knew I had to work twice as hard as anyone else. I started to spend more time studying and devoted more time to find out what was taught. Some of the sympathetic cadets used to let me into what they were taught and let me know what they learned. Others kept the knowledge to themselves. But in all, those experiences helped me build character and shape my worldview. I began to learn how to survive in a world where I was held out as a substandard human being due to my skin color. Ironically, that helped strengthen my resolve to succeed. When we went back to college after the sea time, because I spent so much time studying and developing myself, I was able to outperform the other cadets who had the privilege of taking tutorials in the engine room without me. I always came tops, and more importantly, I developed a strong survival trait, irrespective of the situation and the environment I found myself in. Young people should not allow negative experiences like racism to stop them from succeeding. They need to learn how to apply wisdom. and maturity in the kind of situations I found myself. I learned that no adverse situation confronting me should cause me to fail. This attitude is particularly important for those who traveled around the world to work. People will not always be happy to see you or relate with you because of your skin color. But it need not matter. You have to stay focused and do your thing despite discrimination. In the international maritime world, some policies and standards prohibiting discriminatory practices. Whenever I was called a nigger, I used to celebrate my skin color. My response was usually, "Black is beautiful," and I would laugh. They would respond, "But white is better," and we would all laugh. After a while, we got used to the fact that it did not matter. So whenever someone called me a nigger, I would call him a white donkey, and everybody would laugh. I, however, made it clear that I should never be called a black bastard because I had a father and a mother. I told them I would be nasty if they ever called me a bastard, though I knew I could not be nasty because I was in the minority, and being nasty would get me in trouble. Another thing noteworthy is that whilst I was at sea, I did not know how to swim well, and I am still not a very good swimmer till now, but no one ever knew. I used to tell them I swam like a fish, but that was not true. It was a plural, so that it would never enter their head to throw me overboard or do anything funny to endanger my life. It was not exactly uncommon for crew members to be thrown overboard then. I remember once when we were taking hydraulic oil from ABC Island in the Caribbean. ABC stands for Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. We are going to pass through the Panama Canal to get to the other side of the Americas. Ships do not sail through the Panama Canal with engine power. You must shut down your engines and connect to bogies, often referred to as mules. Bogies are like trolleys that drag the ship through the canal to the other side. We were young cadets, and I was the only black person on the ship. My colleagues and I were extremely excited at crossing the Panama Canal that had maritime historical importance. The second engineer, who was directly supervising, told us we needed to save plenty of carrots because if the mules did not eat enough carrots, they would not be able to drag the ship across the canal. We were too naive to understand he was obviously setting us up for ridicule. We believed what he said, so we began piling up bags of carrots and cabbage and all that. We were finally going to feed the bulls, and we excitedly imagined how these animals would drag a whole ship across the canal. We did not know what was happening. Naira was sought after there like gold. I think, yet today, Nigeria is nowhere. We have retrogressed over time. In my 1 year of sea time, 1975 to 1976, we sailed around the UK, Thames Haven, Slam Airport in Merseyside, and we proceeded to the Caribbean island. As I said earlier, we went to Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. Curacao was particularly interesting, a very tiny island. It is a Dutch colony. There were two primary revenue sources: refineries to process crude oil from the oil-producing countries, and prostitution. Prostitution is a major national revenue earner. It was a government-regulated profession because the island is small, but with a lot of ships and seafarers calling at its ports. There they had many women brought in from neighboring islands to meet the physical need of the seafarers. The women were brought from third world countries, profiled, medically screened, and certified. Their fees were regulated, and they had doctors attending to them. This gave seafarers confidence to go ashore and enjoy themselves socially without fear of infection. On the ship, we always had an incredible time. There were 3 watches, 12 to 4 a.m. and p.m., 4 to 8 a.m. and p.m., 8 to 12 a.m. and p.m. So you did a 4-hour watch and had 8 hours off routinely. This meant incredible discipline to your system because you could start work at midnight and finish by 4 a.m. You got off to start work again at midday. Alcohol was allowed on the ships in those days, and most of the pastime were spent in the lounge and bar, playing indoor games like drafts, Scrabbles, and cards. I was not much into drinking, so I spent a lot of time in my room. I brought cassettes for self-tuition in Spanish and French languages. Learning those languages became something I enjoyed. I had realized that apart from English, Spanish was the language most spoken in many of the ports where we stopped, especially in Americas and most of the Caribbean islands. Every time we went ashore, we would wander around, checking out the shops and grabbing some snacks and drinks. Whenever we needed to communicate in those non-English speaking countries, my white colleagues would push me to do the talking. Come on, Greg, you are the language. Man, go on, tell them what we want. Once, in Venezuela, at the port of Maracaibo, we went to a bar looking for a place to refresh, and then we needed to use the gents. Venezuela is a Spanish-speaking country, and none of us knew how to say, "Where is your gent?" in Spanish. We were looking to the bar and met a Venezuelan bar lady there. I tried communicating with her using signs, but she was not getting it. Then I remembered that in my Spanish study, gentleman was caballero. So I said to her, "Aquí está caballero." You said that in England, they knew where to send you. But when she heard that, she said, "Momento." She disappeared behind the bar and came back with a man with a ponytail earring. We were confused. The white boys knew what that meant, but I did not. There we were desperate to pee, and the Venezuelan lady goes to bring a guy with a ponytail to smile at us. Fortunately, on the next table were 2 white Americans who had been watching the drama. They came across to us, asked if we needed to use the gent, which we confirmed in the affirmative. He then told the lady, "No, they want sanitario." So sanitario was the word I should have said instead of caballero. Sea time after Riversdale. After the 1-year study program at Riversdale College of Technology, Liverpool, and being promoted to junior marine engineers, we are required to have a mandatory time to be eligible to sit for our second-class professional examinations. The seat time program was time for me to travel the world again. One of the most exciting places I visited was Tuasper, a town in Krasnodar, Croatia. Tuasper is on the northeast shore of the Black Sea, south of Gelendzhik and north of Sochi. It is a seaport and the northern center of a resort zone. Tuasper grew in the 20th century as a major ship repairing, oil refining, and oil export center. Again, I began to see the broader world. I went to places like Venezuela, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Taiwan. We took a ship to scrap in Taiwan in 1978. When a ship has become so old that it is no longer economically viable to continue to be used at sea, you scrap it. Just as you would scrap a car that is in disuse. There are specialized yards that handle such issues, and Taiwan was a country with such facilities for scrapping ships. About that time too, we came to Nigeria after visiting and saw the difference in attitude between Senegalese and Nigerians. One could see the early signs that Nigeria was heading in the wrong direction. Looking back, countries that were not as developed as Nigeria as in the 70s have transformed from their poor status to become a lot better today, while Nigeria has significantly declined. I keep asking myself, what happened to us? Some people blame our problems on the military intervention in politics, but didn't the military intervene in Ghana? It was recently announced that Ghana is about to commission a Volkswagen assembly, something Nigerian did in the 80s. Sadly, our Volkswagen assembly plant has disappeared. Simultaneously, in the 80s, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, brought together some West and Central African nations to establish maritime institutions that would develop human resources and tap into the vast maritime potential of sub-regions and the continent. As we traveled around the world while on our sea time program, it was always a different experience when we stopped in Nigeria. Business and profits were always on everyone's mind, while excellent service delivery meant little. You always needed to be careful at the Nigerian ports, and coming out was always challenging. Even as far back as the 1970s, these things were obvious. It was not the case in Ivory Coast, Cameroon, and other West African countries. In Cameroon, we are sure, had so much fun, and we are very relaxed. That was extremely difficult to do in Nigeria. An experience that I had in Japan, we are moving liquefied natural gas from Brunei port to a port in Japan called Osaka on Shell liquefied natural gas carrier. Brunei produced a massive amount of gas. By the way, Shell had a 20-year contract to move liquefied gas from Brunei to Japan, so they built 7 identical LNG ships for that purpose. So I made 2 trips of 4.5 months each on the ship that shuttled between both countries. The ship I was on was called ST Gastruller. There was something unique about those natural liquefied gas ships, whereas the conventional ships were powered by fuel, either through diesel or turbine. The LNG ships used dual firing burners, diesel oil and gas. The ship had a tank called cryogenic tank low temperature tank. They just needed to be kept at extremely low temperature to ensure that the gas remained in liquid form for loading, transportation, and discharge. Due to temperature variation, as we traveled from one place to another, the tanks were affected, causing liquid gas to start evaporating from the loading port to the discharge port. Such evaporation tends to cause pressure to build up in the tanks, and this could be hazardous. They can lead to actual explosion because of this danger. The ship was designed to have a pressure release system that opened and freed up excess gas. Rather than venting the gas into the atmosphere, the gas is collected and piped to the engine room and used to fire the boiler that generates the steam for the turbine that drives the ship propeller shaft. When maneuvering in port, we use diesel oil only. When away from the port, we fired with gas. What that did was to reduce the cost of fuel for the ship owner. That was for me memorable as an engineer. Now that Nigeria is heading towards developing its gas sector, it should be maximally explored when building ships. Never a swimmer. I am not a swimmer. This is like a contradiction for someone in my profession. When I was at sea, I did not let fellow crew members know I could not swim. Apart from finding it a bit embarrassing, I was not going to let someone who did not like my black skin by throwing me overboard. My inability to swim is a secret I kept to myself for a long time, and I am probably just sharing it for the first time. Generally, Beninese have a phobia for water. However, things have changed over time because people had never allowed us to go near any river. In those days, sometimes we went to school from Enugu, crossing the river Niger on ferries, and I always found the experience terrifying.